Hello, everybody. Welcome to SkepTalk. Am I doing intros today, Aaron? I wasn't sure. I kind of jumped into it like I was.
You are on the side of the screen that says you're the host.
Wonderful. Then hello and welcome, my gentle and, of course, very modern apes. Welcome to SkepTalk. Today is May 19th. It's 6 o'clock, and I hope wherever you are is better than wherever I am because it is raining cats and dogs outside. But regardless, me and Dr. Adair are here to answer all of the questions that you guys might have that are related to like being skeptical of things. Namely, the questions that we hope to get here are creationist style questions, questions about ghosts, questions about Bigfoot, questions about aliens, questions about poltergeists, whatever. If you've had a weird experience, Dr. Adair and I want to know about it, and we want to tell you why we're a little bit skeptical about it. We've already got a couple of calls here on the line, and I'm super, super excited to get to them. But obviously, we want to answer as many of these as we can. And just in case my house gets struck by lightning and I'm instantly incinerated. But before we get started, Dr. Adair, how you doing? How's it going on your end?
A little bit hectic today because in my condo right above us, our neighbors are renovating their bathroom. And so there's been crews drilling away since 9 a.m. They seem to have stopped for now, but if all of a sudden, like a giant piece of plaster comes and hits me in the head, that's why.
Okay, so good. We're both at risk for blunt force trauma, but for completely different reasons. Fun fact for you guys: the area that I live in has been getting battered by storms for several days now. You're probably going to hear thunder in the background here and there. And yesterday, my husband and I went with our friends to go see Final Destination: Bloodlines, the new Final Destination movie. By the way, if you've had like a near-death experience, call in and tell us about that as well. And while we were in the theater, a giant thunderstorm hit our town. And water started coming in under the emergency exit door. And I was like, oh my God, it's happening to us. Death is stalking us now. We came back home and I have a window right here, and a giant tree limb had fallen just a mere probably 15 feet from the window. So I had a near-death experience of my own. And the tree limb wasn't big, and it probably would have been fine even if it had hit the window. But I like the dramatic contrast of that with seeing the latest Final Destination film. So, hopefully nothing like that will happen. But, like I said, if you've got a weird experience or you're, hoping, if you've got like a premonition that Dr. Adair is going to get hit by plaster and I'm going to get hit by a tree limb skewering me through the window, call in and tell us about that too. We want to hear it all.
Speaking of near-death experiences, I also heard you had a debate recently.
Oh, did you hear about that? Did you know? Okay, that's so funny to hear because you are not the first person online, and you are also not the first person in my real life who has reached out and been like, so, about that debate. What I did. Did you catch any of it? Did you happen to see any of it?
I watched about 5 minutes
That's probably
when
a
it
good
was
amount.
going live.
Yeah, that's probably a good amount. That would have been a good amount to catch. Gosh, where do I even begin with that? I think that what happened with that debate may qualify as some kind of criminal offense. There was a lot of verbal battery going on. I was feeling really good about my performance on that one. Dr. Bergwin, he showed up to that with a spoon. I don't know what the deal was. He knew what the topic was. He wanted to talk about stuff that had absolutely nothing to do with the debate topic for a lot of it. He seems like a nice guy. But holy mackerel, you guys, we were debating, does hominin evolution support the fossil record? And like probably 2/3 into the discussion, he was like, yeah, but that doesn't mean it proves evolution. And it's like, okay, well, then the debate is over. We've settled the question of the debate. I'm going to do like a post-mortem on it because it was a fun but very frustrating in many ways conversation. Yeah, I don't know. If you're in the chat, I need to pull up the side chat here, but if you're in the chat and you caught the debate, tell me how you felt about it. How did you think it went?
For the little bit that I had watched, it's like Erika coming with the facts and your debate partner, in so many words, nuh-uh. That's at least what I gathered from my small amount of viewing.
He did a lot of nuh-uhs. He did a lot of like back in my day, XYZ Christians and creationists persecuted kind of conversations. There was a lot of like he would go off on kind of like a tangent, and I would be like, where's this going? I'm not sure how this relates to the topic. And sometimes we would come back to it, and sometimes we wouldn't. Again, I think he seems like a nice guy. He's got a dog that he loves, and that endears people to me. And I try to be, obviously I'm not going to like be mean or rude to somebody just because they have like a hard time staying on topic. But I was talking to some of my friends afterwards, and I was like, I don't know. I'm not sure that Dr. Bergman should be doing this kind of online discussion, given, many, many different factors. Most severely his relevant experience with regard to the topic. And there's a lot of speculation that we could do that I don't necessarily want to do like on camera, because depending on my mood, I can be a little bit mean about it. But it was definitely, if you like watching kind of absurd matchups of a topic where like one person is like pretty decent. Like, if there's one thing that I give myself credit on being really well educated on, it's hominid evolution. That's like my thing. That's the thing that I know. So you've got like me, and this is the one thing that I know, and I know it really, really well. And I also happen to have a specific buff in that category on creationist interpretations of that topic. And you put me up against somebody who's, I said this to Jerry's face, right? But like, he was using arguments that you could have ripped from a Dwayne Gish presentation in 1984, right? Like, I'm surprised he didn't whip out Pithecanthropus erectus. It was a weird, weird conversation from that perspective. And there was a lot of talk on things that had, as I said earlier, nothing to do with the debate. It was, I'm really happy with my performance in it.
Yeah, I did, though, previously watch your video of your prep video for that, and it reminded me because I was online at the time when PZ Myers did his debate, and remembering watching that much more close to in time when it happened. Definitely not live, but reminding myself like, wait, this is the guy that thinks carbon is intelligently designed or
irreducibly complex.
Irreducibly complex. It's like, this is the guy. Oh boy. Oh goodness.
And I didn't. Okay, so you didn't catch the debate, but at one point, one of my evil and modern apes in the side chat decided to bring that exact argument up, because they were like, they wanted to hear Jerry go off on it, I guess, because I brought it up in the video, and I think a lot of people who came to the debate had seen my video and seen me rehash that 2009 debate. And so they came and they were like, does Jerry really think that the carbon atom is irreducibly complex? And like, removing all of the issues with the idea that like chemistry is irreducibly complex, like just putting all of that to the side, of which there are many, many issues with that. That's also not the right creationist argument. Like, that's not the right term for that argument. Irreducible complexity is not the same thing as fine tuning. But I kind of feel like Jerry heard the term and he was like, damn, that sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty official. I'm just going to whip that out whenever I'm talking about, insert random fine-tuning point, and just run with it. And I was shocked that I say that I was shocked. I wasn't that shocked that it was virtually unchanged from almost almost 2 decades ago when he had this debate with PZ Myers at a university. In fact, much of the slideshow was actually the same. Which is why, for all of you out there, here's a pro tip from somebody who, and I'm putting this also in the category of things that I happen to be quite good at, of which there are few, but this is one of them. I like to think I'm pretty good at debating creationists, and my pro tip for everybody out there is you absolutely have to know who it is that you're going up against, and you need to make sure that you've watched them give presentations prior, because oftentimes there's not going to be a lot of difference, and that's going to really help you get ready for what you're going to encounter in the actual discussion. Creationists rarely change their spiels through time, and it serves you well if you do your homework, so to speak.
Yeah, it's not that I've really done anything on the order of proper professional debates, but of what I have done, what I can say is know your opponent's arguments at least as well as they know it.
At least. And like, steel manning it is good, but you also need to make sure that you know every other possible iteration that they could take that, right? If you really want the debate to go well, know thy enemy, as the famous saying goes. We have quite a few calls. Are you ready to get into this?
I think we ought to, especially because I think one of the first calls we should take is perhaps also joining up with your debate if we hop to the one I'm looking at.
I think we're thinking of the same one. I think we're thinking of the one, number 2, right? Where we're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. All right. Speaking of this subject matter, Stevie, you are on SkepTalk with Dr. Adair and Erika. It says here, our screener says that you want to talk a little bit about molecular machines. Do you want to get into that a little bit with us? Tell us a little bit more about your perspective and what you're here to make a case for today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to meet you guys, by the way, Erika, Aaron. Great to meet you guys. I didn't see the debate you were talking about earlier, but I did see a debate you had with another gentleman, kind of older gentleman, and I will say, he wasn't too lively. That's all I can say.
Stevie, it wouldn't be the first time that's happened. I've had the pleasure to get a few with younger guys. And you could put that you could clip chimp that in a lot of ways. But a lot of these professional creationists have been doing this racket for quite some time, and so as a result, the ones that are willing to actually have these kinds of conversations tend to be on the older side of things. But I think that for your question today, what you brought up in the chat, that's a little bit different than the debate that I most recently had, but I certainly think that I can weigh in a little bit on it. So tell us about molecular machines.
Yeah, I'm excited to get your take. So, so I think this is a relatively strong argument, and we'll see what you have to say about it. But there is a molecular machine by the name of replosome. Have you heard of that one?
Yep.
Okay, replosome is the molecular machine responsible for the replication of DNA. Of course, this is an incredibly complex molecular machine, has a lot of different parts to it, a lot of features. It's just to hit on some things I thought was super interesting with it is, it works at a high speed. It's basically an AT powered motor capable of replicating, I think it's 1,000 nucleotides per second. Something else really interesting with it is that it actually has like an autocorrect feature to it. It actually can go back and correct, if there was a mistake, it can actually move backwards and whatnot. So, but the reason why I think it's such a strong argument is that DNA cannot replicate without this molecular machine. And so you really have to have this machine before you can have DNA. As I'm sure a organism without the ability to replicate its DNA will not last very long. And I think this argument is particularly powerful because even the simplest, most basic organism, a single cell, has DNA, which means it has this molecular machine. And without this molecular machine, you don't have that. So basically, the crux of the argument is this. Number one, I do think it is irreducibly complex. Number two, you have to have this before the first cell even appears. And then not only that, but the actual machine itself is made from proteins, which is also has to be coded. You get that from DNA. So they both have to basically come into existence at the same time, my understanding. Either that or the machine had to come first, but the machine couldn't come first because it has protein. So that's kind of the opening line that I wanted to throw out there. So far, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, this is super boilerplate with regard to conceptually, right? So this idea of irreducible complexity, for those in the audience who might not know, is this idea that you have some biological systems or biochemical systems which are so complex that you couldn't get there by means of typical evolutionary processes where each step in and of itself is performing that task up until it reaches its sort of most advanced form. And if you take any part away, then the system fails, and so it therefore couldn't have evolved. That's like the super down and dirty sort of explanation of what irreducible complexity is. And typical responses to irreducible complexity as an argument is the fact that every biochemical system or biological system that we know of actually can be broken down into smaller parts. They just don't do the same function that the final current form does, right? So classically, people have brought up like the bacterial flagellum, and the idea is that, well, the bacterial flagellum is effectively kind of like a motor, and so how do you actually get all of the parts in the right place at the right time to confer this flagellar activity to the organism? But it turns out that you can actually take pieces away from the bacterial flagellum from its motor system and get what is effectively like a syringe. So it's a different structure that performs a different function that is in and of itself useful to the bacteria in question. That's the classic sort of counter to irreducible complexity. Now, when we're talking about something like DNA replication, right? DNA replication is actually like super, super sloppy. The replisome, I've looked it up to make sure I was thinking of the same thing and not misconstruing anything, because biochemistry and genetics are not my like formal background, right? Like I teach basic DNA replication and protein synthesis as a part of biological anthropology, but I don't really, with my students, get much more in depth than that. But fortunately, the replisome seems to just be another word for DNA replication, right? It's the process of DNA replication. It's a word that we use to sort of refer to the whole of it. And DNA replication is super messy, right? And it often doesn't work. It doesn't catch all of the errors in DNA replication in the process before actually you've got two daughter molecules. It's like a semi-conservative process where the DNA unzips and then you have the blanks filled in on either side and you end up with two identical daughter molecules. The very fact that we get these enormous like mutations slip their way through this process and end up in the daughter molecules, I think is support that this is a pretty rigged system. And it oftentimes misses like a lot of errors that have occurred that have accrued in the course of replicating the actual DNA strands themselves. But in addition to that, there's no reason to suppose that the DNA replication can't be more simplistic. In fact, if memory serves, it actually is more simplistic of a process in many organisms than it is just in humans. I'm going to try to find some examples of that just so I have something to kind of give you so you can dig into this a little bit more if you'd like. But Dr. Adair, do you have anything to add to what I've said so far, irreducible complexity-wise?
It is probably worth noting that when the arguments about irreducible complexity come up, they will look at modern versions of a thing and think that if you basically mess with the modern version, it can't possibly work, therefore it can't have any sort of evolutionary past. Where often it has like some long history of scaffolding where the scaffolding of its history is now gone and the simplified stripped down version is there. In the same way, if you look at a building, it's like, well, there's no way you could have piled up that giant pile of stones and it would have held up in place. And it's like, yeah, you're right. That's why there was scaffolding there. And we don't use it anymore because we think it looks ugly. I think a lot of, I don't know the details very well, but my understanding is that there's a lot of evidence that that's the kind of evolutionary history you have with a lot of structures. And just doing some really quick Googling, because this is not an area that I know very well, but apparently the molecule in question we're talking about here, there is more than one version of replisome. That there's a bacteria version and there's a more eukaryotic version, and yet they're both working on DNA, which to me says like, hey, if this is created, why have two different versions of the same molecule to do the same job? This sounds like two different evolutionary histories to try to achieve the same result, which to me screams, oh, it can't be irreducibly complex if there's more than one variant trying to do the same thing, and they just took different paths to get there.
Yeah,
Stevie,
I think.
how does that
I'm sorry, I
sound
didn't
so
want to
far?
interrupt you.
No, sorry. I was trying to like segue into knocking it your way while I'm pulling up a paper here that I think might be of use to you. How does that sound so far?
Well, I know this isn't something. This is, I have a huge amount of respect for you guys because you put yourself out here and you don't know what the person's going to say, and so like I have a lot of respect for that. Yeah, I mean, I think that I think there's a couple issues with kind of the idea. I know that you guys tackled it only from the irreducibly complex frame, but I do think that there are some issues with that. But to me, that's not really the big heavy hitter with this thing. I think it's more about the fact that number one, there's no time for the evolution that we see, with the remainder, because the simplest cell has the DNA and has this molecular machine. There's no time for evolution to occur, down all those, time from the beginning of the first cell. But the biggest issue with this is the fact that you have to have both. You have to have both the replisome and DNA come about at the same time. How do you guys handle, that kind of paradox?
Oh, just Erika, you're going to know more about this than me, but my understanding is the earliest forms of life didn't have DNA, but they used RNA for the encoding and the storage of genetic information. DNA then comes along later because it's a more stable molecule for doing that same sort of thing. I do not know the evidence about how that transition happened or where the state of the art is, but that's my basic understanding. We went from DNA, which we know can form completely naturally. It doesn't need extra machines around to do that, but DNA is then a later improvement on the process. That's my basic understanding. Erika, you're muted. You're at least extremely quiet otherwise.
Sorry, I muted a minute ago because my dogs were barking, and so it ends up being a mess. Yeah, my understanding from Origin of Life research is that RNA world is still like pretty ahead of everything else. I think people can bust my chops on that in the comments if they'd like. But in that sense, yes. I mean, RNA does and can self-organize, right? Like this is something that we've seen. The classic example people give is that it's capable of self-organizing on like clay as a substrate or wet dry cycles and things of that nature. And it's way less stable than DNA, right? Because it's single-stranded. RNA is a single-stranded molecule as compared to the classic double helix that DNA is. And my understanding as well is that RNA is what's sort of setting the stage for DNA. So like, in that sense, DNA itself, right, isn't irreducibly complex either. Now, you're talking about these molecular machines and saying, DNA has to come about at the same time as the replosome, which is like the concept of DNA replication. These two things have to come about at the same place at the same time. But they don't, and no one is proposing that they show up whole cloth. Right, these intermediary steps between RNA and RNA replication, eventually through natural selection, because once things are alive, as so long as you've got RNA replication and organisms reproducing with variation for natural selection to then select upon, it's not actually that difficult to go from RNA to DNA, right? I think a much harder step, if you're going to take the perspective of like these large gaps in evolutionary history, would be, going from like, I guess, chemistry to life in the first place, or like prokaryotes to eukaryotes. But my understanding is that, and again, I'm not a biochemist. My understanding is that it's not that mysterious of a pathway. Does that make sense? Like no one's proposing that you just through chance got these molecular machines and to DNA to self-organize. Instead, the proposition is that you get self-organization through natural processes, which we know that happens, right? In something like an RNA molecule. Protocells are super simple, and over time, now that you've got things that are actually alive that natural selection can act upon, you see the emergence of more complex systems. Eventually, that's going to get you towards basic DNA replication. But as Dr. Adair was saying earlier, and I was trying to do some quick Google searching as well, because this is not my forte, but we do have, there are more basic DNA replication systems that we know of today, not just the ones that are used in like, advanced mammals like humans. Does that make sense?
I think there's no, I hear your perspective. I mean, I think, and I am familiar with the RNA argument. There are a couple problems with that. Number one, I don't think we've ever, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we've never actually observed RNA come about by itself, only in a lab. And in the lab, the RNA that they were able to put together wasn't able to self-replicate. So it kind of had some limitations there. The other issue with the RNA world hypothesis is that there's no evidence for it. I'm sure you would both agree. Can you think of a single organism that's RNA-based and has no DNA?
Well, hold on. I want to take that back for a second, because you said there's no evidence for it, and then you said that after it's been shown to happen in a lab, right? Like those two things can't exist at the same time. Because if you can show that RNA can self-organize in a lab, right? And my understanding is that it isn't just in a lab that this has been supported, but I'm going to try to pull something up so I can cite my sources here in a second. But if you can show that this can happen in a lab, like why is this suddenly impossible for it to happen in a natural context? I mean, the only reason we don't see, I would propose, the only reason that we don't see abiogenesis occur in the modern age is just because even if it happened, it would instantly be outcompeted by organisms that have been fine-tuned by natural selection and evolution over, 3.8 billion years. There'd be no way for it to actually take hold. But can you elaborate a little bit on that? Like when you say there's no evidence for RNA world, what do you mean?
Well, what I mean is that there's no evidence of an organism which is RNA based without DNA. Meaning, there's every organism, down to a single cell, has DNA. There's no other organism that has RNA, but only. The other thing
I
is,
think
you
one exception
mentioned,
though would be viruses, but then we probably could get arguing there a bit. But like retroviruses are completely RNA based; they don't have DNA.
Well, and
yes,
to
that's
that point,
correct. Yeah.
but to that point, right? Like life in general has, I think it's something like 8 characteristics that something has to have to be considered alive, right? Viruses meet some of those criteria, and they don't meet all of those criteria. So if you were to have or propose a a transitional organism or sort of organism adjacent thing, right, that links non-living chemistry to bona fide life, would you propose that it would look something like a virus? Because I might. And boy, then isn't it all of a sudden like really coincidental and interesting that these sort of transitional steps between non-living chemistry and living things that we accept like sensu stricto use RNA and are the only ones that seem to do that? Wouldn't that be exactly what you would predict if life had emerged from an RNA world scenario?
I mean, I could see that argument. Like I said, I don't think there's much evidence for that. Viruses can't really do anything on their own. They're heavily dependent on the host. The other issue,
Well, you can say the same thing for me though. I can't do much on my own, believe me.
right? The other issue you brought up was the fact that it was done in a lab. But like I said, in those lab experiments, they weren't able to. The RNA that they built was not able to self-replicate. So it's far less. In other words, the real RNA is far superior to that RNA, and that was being crafted by intelligent humans. And it doesn't even compare,
Right.
which is
But it
Actually, we
wasn't.
should be a bit
Yeah.
careful here. We should not say that they're not being crafted by humans. Humans are setting up experiments to say, we think this scenario is a regional analog to what we think an early
Right.
environment was. It is
No,
not
I was
us actually like using a printer. We've done that sort of thing. Like, what is it? Craig Venter in his lab has basically made artificial DNA strands and put them into living things and actually have them work. That's a different thing than, putting the chemicals together, setting an environment that's supposed to be some analog for early conditions on Earth. We should compare that, setting up an experiment to be like what we think something was analogous to in the past versus trying to assemble them molecule by molecule with some sort of directed mechanism, like a printer.
correct. Yeah, I'm sorry if I made that if I made it sound that way. You're right. Yeah, but in a lab, they're able to control the the environment and all that good stuff. But yeah, the biggest issue I find is that there there's just no evidence. Like there's no evidence that
Well,
you could point to. You know what I mean?
well,
There's
Stevie,
nothing
though,
observed, in other words.
yeah, I think you just described it though, right? Like in science, you generally have a hypothesis, right? Where it's like, okay, the origin of life probably emerged, in this RNA world, right? Under the sort of assumptions that we make about a world where RNA comes initially and then you get life from that. Um, that sets up a series of like testable predictions, right? That you can then carry out in a lab, right? There's nowhere on Earth today that you're going to be able to go to in the wild to see the conditions of Earth 3.8 billion years ago, right? Everything from the thinness of the atmosphere to the composition of the water is going to be different. So that's why these things are carried out in the lab. It's not because they're trying to control every aspect of the experiment, although that is nice so that you can isolate really what's going on and when it's going on. But the reason is primarily because like we're trying to recreate an environment that isn't there anymore. So it has to be done in a lab. The conditions are engineered, but they're not engineered to be pristine. They're engineered to mirror natural conditions that we are building a model upon based off of like geochemical signals that are dated to like 3.8 billion years ago. That's why that's going on in a lab. So I would propose that if you create an environment in a lab that mimics, to the best of our understanding, the environment in like a warm little pond or a hydrothermal vent 3.8 billion years ago, and then you end up getting self-organizing RNA molecules, right? I think that's a pretty awesome step towards understanding the origin of life, right? Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you the origin of life is solved, because it isn't. People are working on it, right? That's the entire field of origin of life research exists to investigate just that. But even with the origin of life completely, like, still being worked upon right now, that doesn't have any bearing on the reality of, like, the ancient age of the earth and evolutionary theory being responsible for all modern biodiversity. And it really doesn't have any bearing on this question of, like, theism either, at least as far as I'm concerned, because there doesn't exist any preclusionary data for abiogenesis. It's just there's a myriad of different hypotheses to try to explain how it happened, and we're trying to figure out which one is most likely. And we've only been working on it for, like, I don't know, 60 years or something like that. I don't know how old the origin of life research is. I don't find that to be very compelling. I think it's an origin in the biz when it comes to debating creationists. We call that kind of argument origins or bust, which it's basically like, well, if you can't explain how life emerged, then you can't really say anything about anything. And I don't find that to be particularly compelling. But I also want to point out that, we started with this idea of molecular machines and this idea that these molecular machines are highly complex and irreducibly complex. And Dr. Adair, and I talked about how, well, actually you can break them down. And that's how we ended up talking about, like, RNA and RNA world. And then that's how we got to abiogenesis. So I do think we've kind of moved the conversation, and that's okay. But, I don't think that I don't really find it to be very problematic. Like, I don't think an open question in science is very problematic to, like, this question of theism or not, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of this is just that they both had to come about at the same time, which is just not going to happen in nature. Both DNA and the replosome. The issue with RNA, like I said, is I know that we have a hypothesis and whatnot, but the biggest issue that I have is there's just no evidence. There's just no evidence. Like, you can't point me to
Stevie, let me try something when it comes to you saying that there's no evidence, because when we're talking about a hypothesis in science, we can talk about some hypotheses being better because of things that they can explain. What is the explanatory power of this hypothesis, especially compared to any other ones? So for whatever reason, I think it's most powerful to talk about, like, a forensic murder case sort of thing. So imagine the police get to a house, they find that there's no signs that the house has been broken into. Inside one of the rooms that had a lock, the room is unlocked and the murder victim is found there. Now, the fact that the place was a home, and yet it didn't seem to be, that room didn't seem to be locked, yet it seems like if someone is in that room and looked like they were trying to escape, it seems like they would lock the door behind them. So one of the things we might conclude is the person who got in was able to unlock the door, which tells you, hey, they must have had the key. That already, like, limits the number of suspects you might be considering. So instead of, let's say this murder happened in Oregon, you limit it from, instead of the entire state of Oregon, to, okay, people would have had keys to this room, probably then family or maybe a neighbor at most. So even if you don't have, evidence of who did it specifically, suddenly you've limited your possible search space drastically just from those inferences from circumstantial evidence. Add a few more circumstances and combine them together, you might be able to make a strong case that there's only one person capable of doing said murder. I think we're trying to do the same sort of thing here. There's, at best, and again, this is me speaking out of ignorance, RNA seems to be able to explain a whole bunch of different features, and other competitors aren't able to do the same. And again, an expert in abiogenesis can probably speak much more to how peptides might have been involved in that, because this is way outside my knowledge base. But that's the general analog. We use circumstantial data to limit the suspects until we say, here's the one that seems to explain the most evidence. And at the very least, why we should say RNA is the most likely to be guilty.
Well, and I think I'm going to add to that too, that, like, saying, because I've got a big problem with this idea of, like, well, these two things had to emerge at the same time, because I've heard that kind of argument a lot in creationism, whether it's talking about, males and females, the male and female sexes had to arrive at the same time, or how do you get the circulatory system arrive at the same time as the skeletal system? And, like, that kind of argument always fails because precursors always exist. Right? Like, we just talked about a precursor to DNA replication in the form of RNA replication and in the form of the replosome for the RNA as compared to the DNA, right? Because the replosome, again, is just referring, to the best of my understanding, to the process of replication. I mean, it would be like walking out to my garage, to my Honda CRV, and saying, well, this thing has an engine and this thing has wheels. So the only way that you could get a car, the only way you could get a Honda CRV is if someone invented the engine and the wheel at the same time. We know that cars today are the product of a lot of blueprints and tweaking, a lot of descent with modification, if you will, going all the way back to when the first wheel was attached to the first box and called a cart, right? And that cart functioned just fine as something that you could sit in and roll around and move a little bit in. Is it as advanced as a modern day Honda CRV? No, of course not. But these precursors exist from, through automobile evolution, if you will, and each one is useful in and of its own right. The same is true within evolution, whether we're talking about the origination of modern day DNA replication and DNA as a molecule, whether we're talking about, the sexes in mammals, or whether we're talking about the skeletal system and the cardiovascular system, right? Like these two things, that's not how evolution works. It doesn't expect that these two things are going to emerge, ex nihilo at the same time. There's always precursors. And, if you have a problem with the precursors, like, oh, well, we haven't figured out the details on how you get, replication in RNA, I'm fine with you saying that we don't have like an explanation for it at present, but not having an explanation for it doesn't mean that the hypothesis should be thrown out or that it's been precluded or falsified, because that's typically how science works.
Yeah, I understand that, and that makes sense to me. One thing I do want to ask you both is, when you gave me the analogy earlier of the crime scene and all that, and narrowing down the suspects, for you guys, is one of those suspects God? Or is that not one of your suspects when you guys are
The
doing
thing
research?
is,
yeah, I think me and Aaron are going to have, we're going to have different answers to this. And I think that's fine. Cause like for me, the way that works is that it's like, for me, everything's on the table for answering, a lot of these big questions. I don't mind entertaining the idea that, God or some other deity could have like sparked life on Earth. I don't have a problem with that. I don't see any evidence for it, but I don't have a problem with it conceptually speaking. But I think the real issue is that when you're talking about something like abiogenesis, or when you're talking about complex evolutionary processes, and theists want to appeal to, well, it has to be directed, or God had to be the one that sparked it. My issue, God's getting mad. You can hear the thunder in the background. I think the problem that I have with that is that it's completely non-falsifiable and impossible to investigate using science. Right? Like, I would assume that you and I would both agree that God is conceptually, at the very least, supernatural, which means you can't investigate God with natural means. You can't use the scientific method on them. So at least as far as I'm concerned, if God is responsible for it, you're not going to find that answer in science. You're going to have to look somewhere else. Aaron, what are your thoughts?
So if we're going to impose the God idea, then we have to take all the baggage that comes along with this and all the things that you might expect. So if it's the case that we're going to basically have God come in and say he is the creator, then we have to explain not just the similarities between creatures, but the differences. Why do they seem to form these amazing trees that evolution itself explains extremely well? Why as I think it was Darwin who put it, the ornate fondness for beetles, the millions of species of just that subcategory of creepy crawly. The multiple attempts at humans, of which only a couple of species have decided to stick around and make YouTube videos. That's obviously a little bit weird. And also, if we're going to say, like, well, God has to be coming in and, like, driving all these forces, it's like, does that mean also God is coming in and, like, driving the forces to make new super viruses and things like that? Did God create HIV? I bring up that example in particular because I remember Michael Behe, the somewhat inventor of irreducible complexity, said that he found irreducible complex things in the HIV virus, implying God made HIV. That's a little bit, that's a lot of baggage to bring into your hypothesis. It's like God comes in, creates everything down to the tiniest molecular level, and also creates superbugs, and of course, also millions of years of species that have come and gone. These all look extremely hard to believe that this is what you would expect from a design, that you would not expect basically all of the drafts throughout millions of years of history. But on the other hand, using observable mechanisms of mutation and selection, it's like, oh wow, we can actually explain a whole lot with something that we can actually observe in the here and now. And we can go out and test it and see in very particular ways, hey, there should be some common ancestor of all tetrapods. I bet it's in Canada. And we think it's in Canada because of doing a whole lot of good geology and biology. And lo and behold, somebody finds something and then decides to call it Tiktaalik to make sure that Westerners like me can't pronounce it correctly. Most importantly, one hypothesis has been just knocking out of the park, making predictions and living up to the best of science. And the other one is we'll explain it for this one thing and make excuses for why it doesn't explain anything else that we might expect. And to me, that's the biggest problem with the God hypothesis. It is so big and flexible that there's nothing it couldn't explain, because you could always just say that's God's will and it's inscrutable. It is beyond your understanding, which is literally to say you don't even understand what you're talking about when you invoke that sort of God hypothesis. If you have a God hypothesis where you think you know what God would do, that means you understand the mind of God. So either God has to be lower, or you are so full of yourself thinking you actually know that much. Either way, it's questionable theology, and it hasn't been successful science either.
Well, it sounds like you both, are open to the idea that possibly God is a suspect, although there's a lot of baggage, like you said, that for you would have to be cleared up before you get across the finish line. I just want to say I appreciate that y'all responded that way. The other thing is, you covered a lot there. Of course, I don't agree with a lot of it, but I will say, one other thing before, just on the RNA thing, before if we move on, or if y'all want to end it here, that's fine. But with RNA, it really needs an organism to keep it safe. Like RNA outside of an organism is very unstable. It degrades very quickly, has a very short lifespan. And so you really have to have an organism to protect it. And so that's probably my biggest issue with the RNA proposal, is that you don't have that, because there is no organism.
With my extremely limited knowledge of these things, I know that we don't need an organism, because what you basically need is a cell wall, or cell membrane, I should say more correctly.
A lipid bilayer.
Yes, which forms spontaneously. You can actually see that if you pour oil on water, it balls up. Fundamentally, that's the same thing that's happening with the lipid bilayers of cell membranes. They form spontaneously. They don't need any outside guidance other than electromagnetic forces between molecules. It's fairly straightforward chemistry in that case. Like not even chemistry in some ways. There's no chemical reaction per se.
For me, right? I mean, like we know that amino acids are not uncommon, right? We find amino acids. Gosh, we find them in meteorites. Am I wrong on that, Aaron? I mean, we find them all. They're everywhere. And amino acids are really or rather nucleic acids. I think we find both, actually. Whatever, it doesn't matter. The point is that these biomolecules are like, they litter the earth, and they've been around for quite some time. Before life, you have organic molecules. It's just biochemistry, right? But I don't think it's a very far stretch to imagine these environments that are proposed for, the earliest life forms that are like, again, hydrothermal vents, or these warm little ponds, like whichever one is your favorite. And we know, as Dr. Adair just said, that like these lipid bilayers, they form naturally, and they form like in the absence of life. Like they happen, right? Fatty organic molecules exist, and they form these little balls that can encapsulate things inside of them, sort of protecting them from the environment. So I don't think that it's a very far stretch, and I'll be the first one to say, like, we don't know the details of it, but I don't think it's that far of a stretch to see these types of environments where the biomolecules that you need for RNA are present, and the biomolecules that you need for lipid bilayers are present, and there are trillions and trillions and trillions of them interacting all the time, that in one of those trillions of trials, you're going to get some not RNA molecules. You're going to get some basic biomolecules like caught up inside of these basic cell membranes, right? They're super basic cell membranes. We're talking about a protocell here. It's basically just a cell membrane with some what is effectively like proto-RNA inside. But like, I just don't think, in fact, I would even propose that given just the sheer number of these biomolecules that we find in the environments now, again, I would propose the only reason that we don't see life emerge these days is because it's just going to, even if it happened, it would just immediately be outcompeted by all of these long established lineages that are really fine-tuned by natural selection and mutation over 3.8 billion years. But I don't think that it would be that far of a cry to suggest that one of those trillions and trillions and trillions of protocells is going to end up cementing itself, right? Like, I just don't, to me, that doesn't seem, it almost feels like a law of large numbers. But, again, like the question isn't completely solved, but I think it's a far cry from impossible or even improbable.
And very quickly, I looked online, and yes, we actually have found amino acids, not just in meteorites, but in interstellar space.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure because I'm not an astronomer. I'm going to check on the nucleic acids too.
My biggest issue with that whole thing is that without DNA, there's no mind behind it. There's no code behind it. It would be like emptying a Scrabble box on a table, and you can kind of see maybe like somewhere where it might say dog or it might say cat, but you're never going to get, like a 150 character tweet out of that. It doesn't matter how many times you empty that box. You can do it a billion times. It just isn't going to form a coherent sentence, by itself.
Have you,
that's
Stevie? Have you ever heard
of
Richard Have you ever heard of Richard Dawkins' famous, like, methinks it's like a weasel example? Is the little experiment that he ran where he took it was like code for linguistics, right? It was like code, a bunch of code that he basically said, I want to go from this random string of letters to methinks it's like a weasel. I don't know why he picked that phrase. I don't know why that meant something to Dawkins, but he picked it. And basically the idea is you generate this random string of letters, and when any of the letters are in the right place, as it would be for methinks it's like a weasel, it sticks around. And then you get mutations again, and then whichever ones in the next set of letters are in the right place, it sticks around. And I think it took someone in the comments is going to remember this. It took something like 32 iterations or 32 generations to get methinks it's like a weasel from completely random letters. So the problem isn't, you're talking about this Scrabble pieces being spilled out on the board. Yes, by totally random chance, the odds of you getting anything meaningful is going to be really slim. You're never going to get a 150 character tweet from that. But as soon as selection is at play, you can get any word on the planet. You can get any sentence on the planet, right? Selection is the name of the game when it comes to evolution, and it's the name of the game even when it comes to abiogenesis, like going from these very, very early stages to more complex stages. The idea is basically just like, if it works, it sticks around, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. So from your Scrabble example, like I said, if you decided that you had this tweet beforehand and you were like, I'm going to pour the Scrabble pieces out, 150 characters, 150 little Scrabble pieces out onto the ground. And if it has any of the characters in the right spot, as for the tweet that you're going for, it gets to stay. And if it doesn't, then I take the remaining pieces, put them back in the bag, shake it up, and do it again. Right? That's how evolution is working over time to generate these super complex systems. And in fact, the difference between evolution and special creation here makes very separate, they propose very separate things. Whereas from an evolutionary perspective, even when you get these incredibly complex systems, they should still mess up all the time. They should be very rigged. They should be very held together with duct tape and zip ties. And they should be able to accomplish these complex tasks, but sort of in a way that it's it could definitely be more efficient. From a special creation side of things, these nano machines, that these molecular machines you're proposing, should work, and they should work really, really well, and they shouldn't be super redundant. Now, if you ask a biochemist or a biologist which of those two scenarios we see when we look at the genome, they're going to tell you it's the former, right? I mean, DNA is incredibly redundant, and it messes up all the time. I mean, that's where variation comes from. So it ends up being kind of a feature, not a bug, at least with regard to life. But generating complexity is not hard so long as random mutation or probabilistic mutation is paired with natural selection. That's the big piece that, and it's not just you, like a lot of creationists and a lot of my students, that's a concept that's hard to sort of to sink in. Does that make sense?
It does, but like I said, I feel in some aspects that it's a reach. Like your example about pouring the the Scrabble out, and then when you see, a word, then you could put, keep that word there. I think that works with your intelligent mind behind it. You know what I mean? So that having that intelligent mind, I think, is really important. But I do find it a little bit of a reach without that. Now, there was something else I was going to
Well, do you
hit
think, though,
at.
that it's the case that if you change an organism, it could be more or less adapted to its environment and be more or less successful reproducing?
I'm sorry, you cut out. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Okay. Do you think it's at least possible that an organism has some sort of change that makes it more or less successful in its environment and able to reproduce?
Yeah, within limitations. Yeah, absolutely. I would agree with that.
Okay. Well,
One thing I
we'll
did want
skip
to.
the
Oh, go ahead. I
limitations
didn't.
part, but based on just that, that is natural selection. No mind required. Just that, hey, having this phenotype makes you more or less likely to survive and have offspring. That doesn't require intelligence at that point. It's just basically a weighted dice in that sort of sense.
Yeah, I mean, I actually agree with that. I agree with. I agree with the natural selection. That nothing with that is off about me. I think on the molecular level, it's not the same, but as it is later on. But I remember, Erica, you'd mentioned how DNA messes things up. Was that kind of a hint at the fact that there are mistakes, that hints at a bad design and therefore not God? Is that what you were kind of hinting at? That argument?
It's less that it's less that it's because it makes mistakes that it's not God, and more in the sense that these repair mechanisms are imperfect. That's more what I'm getting at. So it's not the fact, because I can see the appeal of redundancy, because redundant DNA protects DNA, it protects organisms from lethal mutations, because you usually have lots of copies of things. So it's like, well, if you get a mutation in this section, it's not going to actually harm the organism. So like I can see the design argument for that. But the problem for me is that DNA polymerase, I think it's DNA polymerase that does the repair, it's imperfect in its repair, right? It misses things all the time that it ostensibly should catch, I would propose, if it was specially created.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys have read the Bible. I do believe the God of the Bible, and the story is that the world was made actually was perfect, and after the fall, after Adam and Eve, the God cursed the world. And so, to answer your question
The problem
earlier
with that,
about,
though, is if you're going to go that route, you either have to be a young Earth creationist, or you're going to have a lot more difficult things to explain, because if you're going to accept the scientific evidence for the absurd antiquity of the Earth and the universe, you will find, hey, there have been creatures living and dying for millions and millions of years before the first hominid, let alone the first human. So it's pretty hard to explain an
I
imperfection due to human choice if we've had a billion years of nature ready tooth and claw.
I'm also pretty
I agree with
familiar with
you.
the genetic entropy arguments. That this argument comes that the fall is responsible for genetic degradation. This is like a John Sanford style argument. The problem with genetic entropy is that it isn't supported. Right? Genetic entropy is not something that we observe when we look at genomes. We don't see that at play anywhere, and we know this because we've sequenced ancient DNA. We've sequenced DNA using pedigrees of families going back generations. We sequence countless genomes of countless organisms, and they fit within these phylogenetic trees. They do not seem to show degradation, and furthermore, we see the emergence of like new information as we're observing these as well. So we could get into the problems with genetic entropy, including the idea that it involves redefining what fitness and what evolution is from the creationist side. But I don't know that that's a rabbit trail that we can go down it if we want, I guess I should say.
Well, just to answer his question earlier about the Bible and everything, I am a young Earth creationist. I agree with you. If you're going to defend the Bible, you really have to be a young Earth creationist. The other thing is, he asked about AIDS, or I think it was AIDS or HIV virus. Did God make that? Yes, He did. And then you had mentioned. I know what I was going to ask you. So why is it that we don't let people, like? Why is incest not okay? Like, what does incest do to the genome?
So I want to answer that, but I want to back it up. You said you were a young Earth creationist, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you got a lot bigger problems than talking about like how do you than irreducible complexity, right? Like from your perspective, the model that, and I don't know which young Earth creationist model you hold to because there are many, right? But what I can tell you is that no young Earth creationist model actually can explain where biodiversity comes from. There are imminent problems no matter how you spin it, no matter whether you're going with a baraminological approach and saying that God has the archetypal kinds in the garden and then Noah takes archetypal kinds on the ark. There's a massive pressure from both directions as to how you have enough time for these organisms to diverge from one another after the ark lands on Mount Ararat without having too many organisms to actually fit onto the boat. Not to mention all the food that they need to eat and all of the space that they actually need and what you're going to do with the defecation. Like there's countless issues there. I mean, you could talk a lot about the model and logistical issues of young Earth creationism, and it kind of, to me, quibbling about abiogenesis when you are a young Earth creationist. I mean, to me, that's like quibbling about a I don't know, like a scratch on the side of your car when it's just been in a car accident. The data are robustly against that idea. Now, to this concept of incest, right? Incest is bad because incest causes issues within organisms, right? Like it increases homozygosity within the genomes of organisms, which can lead to the amplification of rare, deleterious genetic characteristics or genes. That's why incest is bad from a biological standpoint. It's also bad from a social standpoint. So social species do not do well with these kinds of interactions. So it ends up being, just from a brute utilitarian standpoint, not good, which is why, incidentally, organisms know not to try to reproduce with close relatives. If they're in social organisms, they just don't do it. There's a strong selective mechanism against incest because there's such a massive biological downside to it.
Yeah, I find that interesting, that they know that. The other thing is, if you start with two people, then that's a concern, you know what I mean? So, but no, what you said, I think, I started with abiogenesis because that's the beginning. And without abiogenesis, you can't have even evolution, nothing. So that's why I started there. I'm open to
So,
any topic, really, but
yeah, so
I
Stevie,
started with that one for that reason.
I totally get that, but I've also heard that from creationists before as well, that it's like, oh, well, in order to appeal to evolution or to accept evolution or to even investigate evolution, you have to be able to show abiogenesis. First of all, that does not help you guys at all with the age of the Earth. And the age of the Earth is robustly supported to be 4.5 billion years of age. In fact, there's actually just no way to get all of the data from geology in general, whether you're talking about speleothems or continental drift or varves. You cannot get them to converge on this young Earth idea. It's impossible to do. Radiometric dating alone is problematic, but the fact that it's corroborated by all of these other independent mechanisms creates an enormous issue for the young Earth aspect of things. But to take things back to what Dr. Adair was saying earlier, I mean, you can do a forensics analogy for this too. To say that you have to explain abiogenesis to investigate evolution is like saying that you have to know where a knife was manufactured in order to place it at a crime scene, which is just absurd. We don't function that way in any area of science or human inquiry, period, where you have to know the entire history of it to investigate any portion of it. And in fact, it's often counterproductive to any type of investigation. So, again, abiogenesis is a fine topic, and I'm okay to discuss it, and I'm okay to say that we don't have an answer too. But to say that you have to have that answer to investigate evolution, which, evolutionary theory is the foundation of all of modern biology.
Erica.
Generally.
Erica,
Go ahead, sorry.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't say that. I just said I started with that. I'm not saying that we have to know that answer to move on to
Okay.
evolution.
Good.
I just said that you can't have evolution without, obviously, like if we didn't have life, then there's just no evolution, right? You agree with that? That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, sure, but God could spark life, and that doesn't make evolution any less true.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's just not enough evidence for evolution to be true. I think there's, like I said, you covered a lot of topics there that I have a lot to say on a lot of those. But we could go in whatever direction you want to go. It's up to you.
Well, I do
Well,
think,
what's your-
though, our call has gone a bit long, and we do have to get to other callers, though. And our producer has been noting that
Dang it.
we need to be kind to the other people waiting in the queue.
Shoot. Stevie, why didn't
Okay,
you start
cool.
with
Well-
evolution instead of abiogenesis? That's what I'm actually formally trained in, and I could have given you great answers
I
to
would
all of
love
that.
to talk to you more, Erika. I would. I think we do need a new generation of creationist debaters out there. But yeah, I would love to talk to you more. I mean, maybe next time you're on, I'll chime back
Call
in and we
back.
can have a deeper conversation. Yeah,
Yes,
for sure.
I'm
This was
on
fun.
once a month at least on SkepTalk. Call back and we'll discuss more. And if you want to listen to some evolutionary stuff, we have some other calls on evolution. So please listen in and call back next time I'm on. Thank you for your time,
Okay, cool.
Stevie.
Yeah, I want to be respectful for everybody. All right, thanks you guys. Great conversation.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Oh,
Dang
and
it.
before we forget, I looked it up. There is literally a Wikipedia page for the Weasel program that Dawkins put out, and it explains he was trying to make something sound Shakespearean because of the whole infinite monkeys typing eventually producing Shakespeare by accident. So a semi-Shakespeare sentence, and he gives the analogy that if you're just completely random, there's a 1 in 10 to the 40th power, so that's 10,000 trillion chance. But in his program, it got from randomness to he thinks it's a weasel in 43 steps rather than 10 to the 40th steps.
I think I said too, I think I was like, it's like 34 or something. So I mixed up I said something, I was close, but it was a little longer than that. It's a really cool program. I actually looked into it after Dr. Bergman, my debater from 2 nights ago, brought it up. At least I looked it up more in depth while preparing for that debate. Let's get into the next call. What do you want to? Oh man, I think we do. So we prioritize theologians, yes.
Well, not only that, but we actually had another prioritization on top of our prioritization. So specifically, their caller number 1 in our list, we need to bring up. That's something our producer pointed out.
Let me see.
Who has a flabbergastingly good question, I think.
I love this. Let's hear it. Flabbergasted. Right, hold on. Talk. I'm hitting talk. Okay, flabbergasted. You're on SkepTalk. Tell us about your question.
Hi, Erika. Hi, Aaron. Thanks for having me on. So I was, the TLDR is, I had a conversation in regards to human evolution. I learned I was wrong about something, and I'm trying to get a better understanding of it. Someone pointed out to me that we have some more recent information in regards to human development, particularly about human brain development, roughly about 10,000 years ago. And I was hoping to find out a little bit more about that from someone who knows what they're talking about, because that's not me.
Yeah, so just generally, you want to know what our brain case trends are over the past 10,000 years? Is that kind of the summary of the question?
Kind of. Like, I understand that around 10,000 years ago, it seems that our brain case got larger, and kind of seems to have peaked about 10,000 years ago, maybe even gotten a little smaller since then as well, as from based off the cursory reading I've been doing on this topic. Again, as a plebeian on these topics as well.
No,
and I guess
please.
One thing I'm trying to figure out is like, what does this say, or what can we conclude about this in any meaningful way, or if we perhaps we can't conclude anything meaningful about our cognitive functions, about us as a species prior to 10,000 years ago, before those changes compared to now. Does this say anything about intelligence? Do we have reason to think that our intelligence or our cognitive function improved at any point in time 10,000 years ago? Do the morphological changes that we're seeing around 10,000 years ago, were these universal across all humans everywhere at the time? Were humans still primarily in Africa 10,000 years ago? I'm not sure how that works. And yeah, so those are kind of some of the questions I have. I'm just trying to understand about what this means and how this impacts what we understand about humans and how we've developed.
Yeah, phenomenal question. So one thing that's really cool, so, for everybody who might not know, humans have really big brains, right? We have exceptionally large brains, even for our body size. And that's something that, like, we've already dialed up to 11. Like, other apes have brains that are big for their body size, but then humans have especially large brains for our body size. And that's of note for a couple of reasons, right? Having a huge brain is really, really expensive metabolically speaking. The number that's usually thrown around is that your brain, of the calories that you eat every day, your brain's using about 20% of them. It's a ridiculously expensive organ, which is why most organisms don't immediately trend towards cognition. There has to be a massive fitness or reproductive benefit towards having a big brain, and you have to have a niche, a dietary niche that can actually feed that big brain. So, hominins in human evolution, we start to see an increase in brain case size right when you start with genus Australopithecus. Specifically, the first member of Australopithecus is Australopithecus anamensis from around 4.4, really 4.2, but it depends on whether you accept this one bit as anamensis or not, million years ago. And within genus Australopithecus, it increases a little bit, but we're not talking about brains that are getting much larger than what you see in chimps and gorillas today. What's fascinating about it is that their EQ, or their encephalization quotient, which is the size of your brain when taking body size into account, actually is increasing as you move through their genus. Now, the first member of genus Homo is Homo habilis, and Homo habilis is sporting a brain case size that's right around halfway to human, right? A little bit less as compared to something with a 300 cc brain case size. Homo habilis and another hominin that's living around the same time called Homo rudolfensis, they're sitting right into that 700 to 850 brain case size range. And this happens to be right around the time that we start to see Oldowan tools. So tools that are more advanced than what we were seeing with the very first tone tools in Australopithecus. And we generally associate these first members of genus Homo with meat consumption. Now, meat consumption is super, super important in hominin evolution, because if you're a frugivorous hominin that's spending a lot of your time mostly just eating fruits and the occasional thing that you can scavenge, the application or the advent of Oldowan tools that allow you to break open more bones, eat more meat, grow a bigger brain so that you can innovate more tools, eat more meat, grow a bigger brain, so that you can innovate even more tools, eat more meat, and grow a bigger brain. You start to enter into this massive feedback loop, this cycle that just smashes the gray ceiling, or the maximum brain case size that you can have as a mammal in a given niche to smithereens. And that sets off this trend in late genus Homo, really middle to late genus Homo, so Homo erectus onward, where brain case size, if you plot all of our hominin skull brain case sizes against time, you see this enormous, it jackknifes upwards, right around Homo erectus around 2 million years ago and onward. And that brain case size climbs every 100,000 years. It's getting larger and larger, to the point that in Neanderthals and archaic Homo sapiens, the brain is it's larger than what we have now. And their body sizes aren't substantially larger than ours that we have in the modern age by any stretch of the imagination. Modern humans average around 1,300 cubic centimeters. But when we're looking at Neanderthals and some late surviving members of Homo erectus and even some members of archaic Homo sapiens, their brain case sizes are going up into 1,700 and 1,800 cc's, which is really, really impressive. It's a substantial degree larger than ours. So people started asking this question: first of all, why have our brains gotten smaller? And second of all, why are we here when they are not, right? What the hell is going on that brain case size seems to just explode, and then it starts to kind of trickle downward. And at the same time, the ones with these smaller brains seem to be the ones that are still here. Now, one really interesting paper that came out somewhat recently that I really, really, when it first came out, I was this is going to be an important paper, and it's only continued to grow in importance since then. So giving myself a pat on the back here, is scientists looked at the sequenced Neanderthal genome and the sequenced human genome, and they were what's the difference? Is there something in these two genomes that tells us why humans had an edge? Because when we look at archaic Homo sapiens and archaic Homo neanderthalensis, one of our closest hominin relatives, around, let's say, 60,000 years ago, we're doing the same thing. People often think of Neanderthals and they're well, they were dumber than us, they were slower than us, they weren't as good at hunting, they weren't as good at procuring food. That image has been washed away by archaeological evidence with these hominins over the past probably decade and a half. Neanderthals used basically all the same tools that archaic Homo sapiens did. They had these close-knit social systems. They were capable of using fire and cooking their food and catching everything under the sun. They even dove for things like mollusks. They did basically everything the same way. So why are they gone and why are we here? So researchers thought maybe the genome would have the key. And when they looked at it, they saw that there's a little genetic, I think it's a gene called transketolase 1. Might be an N, so let me check really fast. Transketolase 1. it's a gene, thank God. This gene called transketolase like 1 that in humans and in Neanderthals is different. And it only differs by one single amino acid. Humans have an arginine and Neanderthals have a lysine. And yet in the human version of transketolase like 1, it causes almost a tripling of radioglial cells, which basically triggers a massive increase in essentially neuronal density. So even though the brain case size is roughly the same, Neanderthals are even a little bit bigger, the argument is that this gives an innovative edge to Homo sapiens by actually kind of increasing the efficiency of the brain that's there instead of just growing it outright. And what's cool about this is that this gene seems to show up in humans approximately around the same time that Neanderthals go extinct, about 40,000 years ago. So the hypothesis then is that this mutation occurs in humans that causes an increase in the efficiency of the brains that we have, which are already quite big. In the face of change and in the face of competition, humans, Homo sapiens, fare better than any other hominin on the landscape. And their numbers were already decreasing due to massive climatic change that was occurring about 45,000 years ago. And so as a result, Homo sapiens manages to stick around and take over those niches. They go extinct and we stick around. And the idea is that after 40,000 years ago, brain case size starts to decrease because you don't need a brain that's that large anymore, right? You've got this gene that's increasing efficiency. Maybe we're continuing to select in that direction, and just, why put all of that money, all of that metabolic money into such a larger brain when you can keep it smaller and increase the efficiency? I don't know the details on how this one gene ends up doing that and whether or not it continues to get selected for in that direction, but I do know that they stuck that gene into a mouse 2 weeks ago, and it started doing human trending cognitive behaviors. Which is fascinating to think about because they've done this with other human genes where they've taken RGAP11B and stuck it into a marmoset, and then the marmoset's brain starts developing gyri and sulci on the edges like a human brain does. So, the cool thing, long story short, is that brains are expensive. Getting bigger brains are expensive. Increasing efficiency is good, and so that's probably what was responsible for the initial spike, followed by a short decrease around 10,000 years ago, which is why modern humans today, while probably being no more intelligent than humans that lived 30,000 years ago, may have an edge on efficiency, which is how we get by with smaller brains that are doing the same workload, but I guess for less metabolic work. Does that make sense?
That makes sense as much as I could keep up with. That was a lot.
Sorry.
I'm going to rewatch that 7 or 8 times, probably before I go to bed tonight.
I'm sorry if that was a little bit heady.
No, that is wonderful. It's just a lot. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So while humans today may not be more intelligent than we were 10,000, 30,000 years ago, we may be more efficient with our resources for our brain to kind of do those processes. Is that a correct understanding?
That's the idea. So that it's we're basically able to, if you took somebody from who before this mutation and brought them to the present, they would be able to do much of the same stuff that we can do now, but their brain case size is going to have to be a lot bigger in order to do that. They basically got, you can kind of think of it like an older cell phone is brickier. You can do a lot of the same stuff a modern cell phone can, but it has to have a lot more space and waste a lot more energy to do that. That's my understanding of it.
So it's perhaps reasonable to say that just because there was a larger brain case size doesn't necessarily mean that they were smarter necessarily as a result of that. Like that doesn't directly follow.
I think it's more that if you have a brain that's big for your body size, and that brain is increasing in size in comparison to the body size, you are going to see cognition increase, but smaller brains do not necessarily mean that these things are cognitively less advanced, right? So it's sort of bigger is usually going to push you in the right direction, but there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Okay. That makes sense. And then, so the other question I had, and maybe you answered it somewhere with all of your smart big words that I didn't catch. But
monologuing.
I asked
you gotta
about,
stop.
I'm guilty of it myself when I have the opportunity. So when we're talking about like the development of this brain case size that we're looking at roughly 10,000 years ago, was this something that was happening was this still we're the human species. We're all still roughly in the same area in Africa, correct? Like we hadn't really spread out in any meaningful way. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, the argument goes that humans can trace ourselves back to, like, the big out of Africa event occurred roughly 70,000 years ago. But all humans that are alive today, if memory serves, the most recent genetics on this, and this has only been a paper that's been like in the past 6 months, that there's actually been, there are tighter bottlenecks than that virtually everybody has DNA from these younger populations, probably just due to extensive introgression, like where human populations that are quite large tend to exchange genes a lot, especially today, but even in the past, we're kind of known for that. So the idea is that geographically, all Homo sapiens are basically going to be in Africa until about 70,000 years ago, and then they explode outwards. But just because they explode outwards doesn't mean that every population is still super isolated. And in fact, most people, and if not all people, if memory serves, today can trace our ancestry back to like just a handful of major populations. Although the last universal common ancestor of all people, of all Homo sapiens today, is quite a bit older than that.
Okay. All right. That's a lot. I definitely got to think on some of that. I don't want to use up too much of your time. The important paper that you mentioned, I really want to check that out. Do you by chance know the name or the title of that, or the name of the author or the title of that paper so I can look it up?
Yep. Transketolase-like 1. Paper, 1 second. The paper is by Pinson et al. Human transketolase-like 1 implies greater neurogenesis in frontal neocortex of modern humans than Neanderthals by Annalyn Pinson from 2022. And then the more recent paper is human.
Thank you. Sorry for using you as Google.
No, please. I this is, let me do this. Okay, let's see. All right. DOI, please. Okay. Oh, no, this is not the official paper. There it is. Conroy. Nope, this is also a stupid Nature summary paper. Hold on just a second. Gotta find the actual. It's just giving me like these summaries, like the little Nature summaries. Where's the DOI?
And once you find the right paper, then we have to talk about the other competing hypothesis that I can also try to present. Because we got to have competing hypotheses for these brain case changes.
Of course. Liu et al. From May 14, 2025, a human-specific enhancer fine-tunes radial glial potency and corticogenesis. And this looks at human accelerated region. So I actually thought that this was transketolase-like 1. This one is the human accelerated region enhancer 5 or HARE5, which hold on, TKTL. Let me see. Give your alternative hypothesis while I try to find this real quick. Aaron.
Yeah, so I always try to go for the hypothesis that can explain the most data and more examples, and the hypothesis I tend to go towards for explaining this shrinking size of human brains, the extinction of Neanderthals, and the extinction of the dinosaurs. Too much television.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
There does seem to be a direct correlation with increase of television and decrease of dinosaurs.
Yeah, oh yes,
everything I understand about the world right there.
Oh yeah. My source, by the way, for this is an episode of Ren and Stimpy. So that might be saying more about my brain than the human condition.
That's just true. I think that's true. Okay. And then your human-specific, here's your RGAP 11B paper from 2020 by Hyde et al. Human-specific RGAP 11B increases size and folding of primate neocortex in the fetal marmoset. So you have a couple of different things to look at there. Hopefully that helps. You want me to just put them in the description or in the chat? Would that help?
That would be amazing.
Can do.
If not, I was gonna have to re-listen to that like 6 times and slow it down to half speed to like type all the words that I don't know how to spell and stuff. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I gotta find a way to be less jargony. Okay, here's the mouse paper, And then here is the, come on. There we go. Here's the
While you're doing that,
transcendentalist.
it's also worth noting, flabbergasted, you shouldn't really have to worry about big words considering your ability to type flabbergasted correctly. I would not have been able to do that even with spell check.
I've had practice, to be fair.
Okay. And again, because my mind is still on 90s television, when I saw the name, if you ever watched Big Bad Beetleborgs from the 90s, the character Flabber from that show. So again, my brain is unfortunately trapped with children's programming from when I grew up. My only source of knowledge.
Okay, here
it
you
reminds
go.
me there was a movie about dinosaurs coming back to the real world, and like I can't remember what it's called. I just ran into it the other day. Where like they like brought dinosaurs back. It was like an animated movie, and then they brought them to New York, and then it's called We're Back. We're Back. That's what I'm thinking of while you're talking about the end of dinosaurs.
We're Back,
being
a
related to
dinosaur
TV.
story. I love that one. And then the
Yes.
evil mad scientist like brainwashes the dinosaurs. That's a classic. John Goodman
Yes.
voices the T-Rex.
No wonder it was so good.
Okay, Flabbergasted,
Or
you
if
have
you
those. You have those papers. I've
Just-
I
stuck
have
them in
all
the
of those.
chat.
All right.
Thank you so much. May I say one closing thing that you might hate me for, Erika, before I go?
Okay, tell me.
Everybody should throw in some super chats with your favorite puns for Erika.
No. We already closed it. We're closing. No more super chats. We're closing them. And I'm in charge tonight. So I will dictate what we will say and what we will not. Actually, no, Morgan still gets to put them on the screen. Yeah,
And I have
Flabbergasted,
my own
email me
puns.
too. Yeah, email me too if you have any more questions. I'm really behind on emails right now, but I can try to get to it as well and maybe put it in a little bit of a better summary in an email.
No, this was great. I genuinely appreciate it. If I have further questions, ask, and maybe one of these days, Aaron, I'll be smart enough to think about physics to ask you questions. But don't hold your breath.
This is why biology is so great, because it's a fun topic for people who are interested in science but aren't smart enough to be physicists. That's what we that's how we consider ourselves, or at least that's how I consider myself.
And that's why I'm a historian, because I'm not even smart enough to be a biologist. So
paleontology is just
so
really, really, really old history. So we're in the same boat.
That's true. That's true. Thank you both so much. I really appreciate it. And I hope you have fun with the rest of your calls.
Thank you, Flabbergasted. See you later.
Good night.
Okay, what do we want to do next? Which one of these is looking good to you?
Well, we do want to prioritize theists, and there is a theist that's been waiting a while. So what I see in there, we have 2 atheists, 2 theists. Maybe we should do a theist-atheist sandwich.
Let's do it. Okay, we'll
All
take our older theist first. David, pronouns he, him, from Tennessee, theist. He says we do need God in nature. David, would you like to elaborate a little bit on that for us?
Hey, how's it going? Thank you guys for doing this. Thank you for opening up your show. I kind of want to just ask you guys the question. Whenever you say we do not need God in nature, which is, I'm assuming, your position, what do you mean?
I'll give you my perspective. I just think that God is an unnecessary appeal given the processes that we currently see active in nature today. That'd be my summary. That doesn't mean God doesn't exist. That just means I don't think God is necessary.
And similarly, there doesn't seem to be any question that I think God answers that also doesn't, in some ways, beg its own question. If we're saying, well, how does the universe exist? Then we have to ask the question, well, then why does God exist? And then we say, well, God is necessary. Then why is it the universe? And then we just realize, oh, we're now just saying just because, and we haven't really made any progress. And I've seen that as so much the history of this kind of debate versus, hey, when we do apply empiricism and testing natural hypotheses, we explain so much so well and have gone from eventually figuring out, the thing we're standing on is actually moving and it's not flat. And now we can send probes using ionized gas to push it into deep space, an idea that couldn't even have been conceived of 400 years ago. Well, conversely, we're still trying to argue whose version of the Christian God is still correct. It seems like one makes progress, one is testable, one actually doesn't just beg its own question. And that's just kind of the history I see and look at and say, I'm going to bet on the horse that keeps winning versus the horse that I can't even tell is in the barn.
Right. That's one of the reasons that I asked the question first, because I don't want to be talking past each other. Because with the assumption that nature exists, which yes, nature does exist. Just look outside. Anyone just look outside. There's nature. But what you were getting at, do we need God in order for nature to exist? Which I wanted to talk a little bit more about and go in detail with, because I think in order to have a natural order, to have something come from the Big Bang, which you guys would say, yes, creation, or you guys would say nature, you wouldn't say creation. Nature came from the Big Bang, and then we have billions of years of evolution that have produced organisms, or over time have, produced organisms. So I would say you can't have something that is orderly like we have in nature without an orderly being. So if you guys would speak to that a little bit.
Let me try a few things. So when we talk about the order, you're talking about things like laws of nature?
Laws of nature. Physics.
Okay. Yeah. So what if I told you that one of the very important and perhaps the most unbreakable laws of physics actually are just a consequence of statistics? Are you familiar with the second law of thermodynamics?
Yes.
Now, the often way they'll put it is that entropy must increase with time, that it never decreases spontaneously, etc. When you try to explain for where this thing comes from, we actually see it as a result of the existence of atoms and literally counting of different states that atoms can be organized. So the basic idea is if I have a container of gas and I open it up, the gas doesn't just stay in the container, it opens up and expands out. Why does it do that? There are the standard way of explaining this is there are more ways for the gas to be filling up the room rather than it staying in one location in the room. There is some probability that all the molecules in the room I'm in right now just happen to bounce around and shoot up into the corner, and then I'm just suddenly in a vacuum, and then I all of a sudden can't speak anymore because all the air is gone. But that's absurdly low, and the reason is there's just bazillions of more ways for the molecules to be randomly scattered around my room than in a more organized, stuck in one corner sort of thing. This is just a matter of counting, and that one number is bigger than the other, and this is fundamentally how we get the second law of thermodynamics. So you don't need a creator or force to put that there. It is literally just some states exist in more ways than others. Bigger number is bigger than smaller number. We don't need anything beyond that to explain that law in particular. So it might be really the case that we can actually explain the existence of these laws from just fundamental things that are just maybe logically necessary. In some ways that this is actually one of the amazing discoveries of 20th century physics, the relationship between conservation laws and your what we would call invariances of your system of measurement. So for example, if I want to describe two cars that are about to crash, doesn't matter what coordinate system I use and where I say 0 is on my axis. Do I say like where the car's hit is 0 or 100 meters to the left 0? Does that change the physics if I choose a different coordinate system for describing things? We'd probably say no.
It just changes how you view it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the weird thing is that invariance to position in our coordinate system actually gives us conservation of linear momentum. This is one of the amazing discoveries of a mathematician by the name of Emmy Noether. You may not have heard of her, and I had to go to grad school to learn about her, but basically she's a contemporary of Einstein. She fixed something wrong in general relativity, and when she died in the 1930s, Einstein wrote her obituary for, I think, the New York Times because of just how much importance she had for theoretical physics. And she basically showed when you have these invariances in your system, you naturally pop out these conservation laws. So conservation of energy, conservation of momentum. instantly pop out from invariances in your choice of coordinate system. And we actually use these sorts of conservation principles popping up from invariances to get all sorts of stuff popping out in particle physics. So it's literally just saying, hey, this is arbitrary, and when you the consequences of arbitrariness is, a law of physics popping out. So there seems to be a lot of natural ways that we can get the laws of nature. It would actually be more strange if we didn't, such as how strange it is that apparently God wants me to stop talking by signaling Erika. Just so everyone knows, Erika's in just a tornado warning. Yeah, because in Arkansas, you never have to worry about that. Is everything okay though, Erika?
For the time being, we're good.
Okay.
No,
because if you need to get to a shelter, please do not.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for a minute. I'm gonna see what happens, but then I might have to seek shelter. We'll see. We'll see. Sorry, guys. I'm getting slammed by. I'm sure everybody's. I hope you guys saw how much I jumped when that happened. I was also very scared. I was like, "What the heck? I should have put myself on silent." I'm sorry. Yes, continue.
Just to press in a little bit on what you were saying earlier, Aaron, about it being a matter of statistics. So, okay, if the laws of physics, you say that we don't need an intelligent mind or we don't need God in order to put the laws of physics there, because we have these probability concepts, we have statistics. Wouldn't those statistics also, I mean, that is also a law in itself. So the law of probability or statistics, we have to explain the physics, but to keep explaining that, you would have to get to a point where you would have to come to something outside of any kind of law or concept that we can comprehend. Would that not be the case?
Well, that's why I gave the example of bigger number versus smaller number. We don't really need any sort of wonderful fundamental or big thing coming in. We just have to say bigger number is bigger than smaller number. This number is bigger than this number. And this number much, much, much bigger than this number. And that's fundamentally what statistics is. It is a matter of counting. Okay, and just to confirm what everyone's going on, Erika is moving down to shelter. She's taking her computer with her. She is doing everything she can to be safe while also being a good co-host, but I am very glad that she is taking care of safety first. So if you guys are in a dangerous situation, as much as we love you, as much as we want your super chats, we also want you to be safe. So if you are in a dangerous place, please go and stay safe. Sorry for that interruption, but I thought the audience should know, and everyone should get this public service announcement. Don't be stupid, be safe.
Yeah,
okay, but to my point, I was answering there, David, is that when it comes to mathematics, you don't necessarily need a mind to make mathematics. There's arguments amongst philosophers about whether mathematics is discovered or invented. I ultimately see mathematics as like a language in that it describes things. Even though there was a time when humans didn't exist, but there were still animals out there. The word animal didn't exist, but they were still out there. Before the word exists, the thing can exist. And so mathematics can exist without humans in that the things that it would explain are still out there. And if you have any sort of system of axioms that you will reproduce mathematics, whether there's any humans around to substantiate those axioms or not. And I'm just going with the most simple axiom. If a mathematician were here, they would not want to call this an axiom, but this basic intuition that some numbers are bigger than other numbers, and numbers that would appear to be much, much, much bigger are more likely to have cases you'll find than when you have fewer examples of that thing. And that's really what statistics is. It's comparing numbers.
Okay, I get where you're coming from. So in the case of the Big Bang, then, just to kind of switch gears just a tad, in the case of the Big Bang, would you say that, and I heard a little bit from earlier in the show, you guys were talking about the Big Bang and how the reason, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason that happens because there were an infinite number of possibilities that it could happen, and so it could, is the idea that I kind of understood from that. So would you use that same concept that you just explained to say, okay, well, the Big Bang happened because there are an infinite number of possibilities that it could happen, and so it did. Would that be a correct statement of your position?
I mean, that is one way that you could try explaining things. But the thing is, we really need to be saying is we don't ultimately know what we might even call the cause of the Big Bang or the fields that drove the hot state of the Big Bang, things like that. There's ongoing research that needs to be done. So the first thing we should be saying is we don't know. One of the ideas that could exist is just that if you have an infinite number of possible universes, that eventually some of them will be able to actually expand out rather than just be forever too tiny to do anything interesting. Or a universe that somehow just continuously oscillates until it finally, bounces with enough oomph to actually expand out. And this becomes more plausible that you could even have something very small, but then explaining out to our universe because of what we call cosmic inflation. This is the leading explanation for a lot of the features that we see in the early universe, and then being leaving its residue in the later universe. And the idea that very, very early on in the universe's history, there's this period of exponential growth for the universe by something that is just often called the inflaton field. And we call it that just because it sounds fancy, and we don't really know ultimately what drives it. But if there's some physics that is driving this, that we see the evidence for how it is basically causes this extremely fast expansion of the early universe to explain a number of features. So if there are fields like that driving expanding universes, then it gives another shot. Now, I do think, though, there's probably an intuition you might have, David, that if your hypothesis is, well, given an infinite number of tries, eventually we'll win, it seems like, okay, you can't explain anything because you literally need an infinite number of attempts. That'd be like the person who says, oh, yeah, I can definitely predict the lottery numbers. Just give me an infinite number of tries. It's like, you can't predict anything.
Right.
Yeah, so I get that intuition. So, like I say, that's why I stop and say, I don't know. And even on a multiverse, it doesn't necessarily follow that we get the universe that we want anyways, because you still have to say, well, why are some universes more possible than others? If they're all equally probable, you actually get this other interesting problem. It's actually a problem with infinity itself. If you want to describe where you throw a dart at a dartboard and where it hits, if you are extremely specific about where it hits on the dartboard, the probability that it hits that spot is 0. It's literally 1 over infinity, because if you're going to that level of precision, well, what fraction of the whole board does that make up? Well, it's 1 divided by that space, and that space that you're allowing is smaller and smaller until you realize, oh, wow, it's an infinitely small space, therefore its ratio of the whole space is 0. So the probability that I hit it is 0. And then you could say that for every single space on the dartboard, and then you say, oh, I can't hit the dartboard. That's not how it works when I go to the bar.
Right.
Not that I go to the bar often playing darts, because that sounds dangerous. Beer and darts. I still don't understand why. But this is, like I say, where things get weird with infinity, especially when we're not careful, and especially when we're just speculating, and especially when you're speculating about infinity while stoned, which seems to be often how these conversations really work.
Okay. And so, and if I'm going a little bit off track of the show title, just let me know. But to kind of put those two things together that I mentioned, if the Big Bang did happen, so that there was nothing, and then everything was created, and then we have an orderly universe, and by orderly I mean, we go to sleep every night knowing that it's going to be night, and then we wake up in the morning expecting that the sun is going to rise up. So, the sun rises up at roughly the same time every day, and then at night the moon comes out, and then we go to bed, we wake up, there's a natural expectation of those things because there is order to the universe. If the Big Bang happened and it just caused, it came from nothing, and it didn't cause chaos, then that would necessarily mean that at any point the whole universe or the whole world, or I guess I'll explain it this way: we cannot.
Well, I do want to stop on one very important bit of verbiage.
Go ahead.
Very few people would actually say that the universe came from nothing. That I would say that probably most scientists who work in this area would basically say either talking about before the Big Bang is incoherent, or there always was something. It's just beyond our ability to examine it at this time with our current physics and our current experimental technology. There are many hypotheses that exist that basically has universe existing in some form or another infinitely far back into the past before the hot Big Bang stage. So it's that the universe came from nothing is not what physicists say is the leading hypothesis of what's going on. So I just want to stop that bit of verbiage before we repeat it too many times.
Okay, well, so in that case, if just to stand on the ground that you're coming from, so if there was something infinitely even before the Big Bang, so that means just there was, I don't know, there was some kind of void of space or matter that, and then something just exploded.
Well, on the hypothesis that it's not even coherent to talk about before the Big Bang because you're talking about before time began, then you can't talk about a void or empty space because that still implies space before there is space, time before there is time. And that, if it's not at least weird, or if it's not contradictory, it's at least weird and it's not something that we can really talk about in a very straightforward, coherent way. And on the other hand, if the universe has always just existed in some form, whether it's a previous universe, that the forces that drew inflation in our universe has just been driving the creation of universes infinitely far back into the past, potentially. These sorts of things are active hypotheses in the field, and anyone who says they know what the right answer is saying too much. But the main thing is there's lots of hypotheses. Gods don't seem to be necessary for them. And most importantly, if you do posit God, you have the same exact question. Why does God exist? Why is that somehow necessary, or does it need to be explained? But existence itself requires explanation. I would say that whatever explanation you give for why God doesn't need an explanation, we could just as well apply it to the natural world. And because there's no in-kind reason that we can't do that, the God hypothesis doesn't actually explain anything beyond nature just always existing in some form.
Yeah, and that's where I would say the inconsistency lies, because if some people would say, yeah, there was nothing before the Big Bang and then there was something, that doesn't make any sense. We know from nature itself that matter just can't appear out of thin air, and you guys would agree with that.
But again, David, I just gave two ways that we do not normally say the universe came from nothing. It's either that it's incoherent to talk about before the Big Bang, or there always was something. Coming out of nothing,
right?
Coming out of thin air, that is not the standard way that physicists try to explain where the universe, the observable universe, comes from. So that line of argumentation just doesn't really fit with what physics and physicists like myself would say is going on. We're not saying there was nothing and then poof, there was something. We're saying that either it's not even possible to talk about before time, or there always was something that is the cause of these things. And if there always was something, its origin doesn't need to be explained because it doesn't ever exist in time. It's just always there, in the same way that a theist might say that God has always existed in some way.
Right, and yeah, I was just pointing out the two inconsistencies because, yeah, on the one hand, you can say that, which I'm not saying that you guys are saying nothing came from, or something came from nothing. But if you were to say that it is incoherent to talk about it, but there is a hypothesis that there was something before the Big Bang, then that something could be God, correct?
You could say that, yes, but again, the question is why posit that? Because again, we could say the universe is that thing that has always existed. And the one thing we can be sure is nature and a universe exists. Whether a God exists is as of yet undemonstrated. So why posit the thing that isn't demonstrated rather than posit the thing that we can be about as sure as anything does exist?
Right, and this is where, and if this is too off topic, this is where I I think it would be helpful to talk about the moral arguments. But yeah, just if this is too off topic, then just let me know. But I would
Well,
go
it's
into
at least
discussing
extremely
about,
different. Where do the laws of physics come from? Where does the Big Bang come from? This is very categorically different as an argument for God. But before we even think about hopping around, what do you think about what I've said so far? Because I think it would be a bit odd to hop to another argument if you think I haven't been persuasive, or if you're going to just repeat the same things after I've said, no, that's not true.
okay, so I wasn't repeating the same things. I was pointing out two inconsistencies. I wasn't saying that you guys were saying that. Just so we're clear on
Why
that.
point out inconsistencies if we're not saying those things? Don't fight the straw atheist. Fight the tin atheist. I'm not sure what kind of metal I am.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying either way you take it, there is that inconsistency. That was the only argument.
Well, what's the inconsistency? I thought I just gave you two that are things that are consistent, and that God doesn't actually explain any better, anyways.
Yeah, and that's where I would go to a moral argument, but which is off the topic of
But that's not an inconsistency in my argument. This is you going some other argument. Where is the inconsistency in my arguments, in my statements?
Yeah, and I'll get to that. Let me get to that. Whenever you say it is incoherent, or we cannot talk about something that was before the Big Bang, you are then admitting at that point that, okay, it could be God and it could be not, and therefore you wouldn't be an atheist, you'd be an agnostic.
No. Now, there's a bunch of definition stuff here, but here's the thing. If you have a position and you have two hypotheses and you don't know which one it is, if you don't choose the God hypothesis, then you're not a theist. I would just say, hey, I can't tell which one it is, but guess what? That means it's also not evidence for either position, so I just stick with what I can see. And guess what? I look around and I don't find evidence in this current world of evidence I can interact with for theism, and I come across things that I would say would be inconsistent with theism. So at best, if you're saying the two are just as likely, then it's not evidence for either.
Yeah, I guess I just disagree, because in order to come to the fact that we have an orderly universe and we can see the order of things, we know that.
But back that up and see, does that apply to God as well? Why is there an orderly God rather than a disorderly God?
Because we have an orderly universe.
Why do we have an orderly God? Why could God also have been disorderly? Is there something that makes it so God had to have been orderly?
So whenever you say disorderly, what do you mean by disorderly, just to define your term? Because I would say for something to be disorderly,
in the same way that you look at the universe and you see this consistency in how the universe is, I'm saying, why are you positing the same thing for God? And if so, how can it be the case that you know that God has to be that sort of thing? Why couldn't it have been just as likely to have a completely disorderly, irrational God that is completely inconsistent about what he does from day to day, moment to moment, whether he does miracles or not, or whether he's good or evil or anything else? It seems like if you are going to posit a God with a particular set of characteristics and says that he holds to those characteristics consistently, that means that something must be keeping him that way, in the same way that you seem to be arguing that something needs to be keeping the universe orderly. If you are using that sort of line of thinking, then you are requiring something acting on God even more powerful than God. And either you believe in Abraxas and there's a God above God, and then we now have a tower of gods controlling each other, or this line of argumentation just isn't that successful and we should try other ways of thinking about things.
Yeah, well, you bring up a good point there, because just the fact that you mentioned gods controlling other gods, everyone has a standard or understanding of what perfection is in their mind. So earlier you talked about how you throw a dart in a bar, and you're never going to hit the precise thing twice, because it's a 0% probability, which means that no one can actually hit the same place twice perfectly. If I'm understanding you correctly, if that's that's another way that you can understand that. everyone has an understanding or a bar of perfection in their minds. And so in order to have that, I mean, you have to have a standard of perfection. And that's what I would say. That's my argument, is that standard of perfection is God. You can't have a God that isn't perfect, because by definition, that is not God.
Then I would just say the same thing. We can't have a universe that's not perfect. Therefore, we have a perfect universe. Again, every argument that you're going to have for God, it seems like we can apply that to the universe and just say that that's the fundamental thing.
The only difference with that and discrepancy is that everyone knows the universe is not perfect. I mean, that was the assumption in your dartboard example.
Well, if that's the case, now this is going to open up a can of worms for you. If God is perfect, but created an imperfect world, that's just straight up inconsistent. God could only create perfection if he is perfect. A perfect being creating imperfection can only be imperfection. That'd be like saying the chef who is a perfect chef, but provides me a burned grilled cheese sandwich with peanuts, even though he knows I'm allergic. That's not consistent with the perfect chef.
I perfectly agree with you. And I would say God doesn't create imperfect things, because he never did.
But you just said the universe is imperfect. You contradicted yourself now very straightforwardly.
No. So God did not create the universe imperfect world. He created a perfect world, and sin entered into the world, which, I mean, you're going to disagree with this premise because you're not a believer.
Not only am I going to disagree with it, I'm going to tell you it's fundamentally wrong. It's not that it's disagreeable. Yeah. It's just that you're wrong. And if you start with a wrong premise, I'm going to call you wrong. I'm going to say wrong a lot of times. We're going to be pointing out that before humans even came along, there were hundreds of millions of years of animals suffering, eating each other, being eaten by other things, by dying of poisons, by dying of cancers and other diseases, all sorts of terrible things before any human could have even come along and not agreed to a covenant from a deity that we have talked about. So fundamentally, it cannot be the case that what you're talking about, because you would have, this is the other thing, if you're going to talk about the consistency of the universe and the laws of physics, oh boy, are you going to either have to say that the universe has always been in this sort of state and so always imperfect, or the universe was perfect and the laws of physics changed. In which case, this whole argument about the consistency of nature is just wrong, because every time God comes in and changes nature, that contradicts the whole thing about the perfect creation, the perfect nature, the unchanging nature of the universe.
So to go back to your point about animals existing and animals existing before humans, which I would disagree with that premise too, but assuming, standing on your argument, to say that
you don't have to believe me, just believe the Bible. It says in Genesis 1, animals before humans.
Right, and that's not what I'm getting at, but say that, okay, animals were created and they were suffering, which I don't think they were actually suffering before the humans were, but that's a different discussion. That's more of a theological thing. So
when a T-Rex came along and bit into the neck of, I'm not sure which animals were at the same time as a T-Rex, but whichever unfortunate dinosaur was there being bitten in the neck by the T-Rex, did they just say, Henry, yeah, Thursday, I know how it is? Or did he go like, Really? Do you think being bitten by a T-Rex 65 million years ago would have been a painless, non-suffering sort of thing, or would it have been what we actually think it normally happens when you get bitten by something with jaws as big as a car?
Yeah, and just to press both of you guys, I would ask, in an atheistic worldview, why does it matter? Why does it matter that those animals were suffering to begin with if that's the best thing for someone to flourish? Because ultimately that's the atheistic perspective.
Actually, I would say no. It's actually going to be a bigger problem for the theist, in my opinion here, because many atheists will come along and accept evolution. There are many theistic evolutionists out there. And they're the ones I think who have to explain to me, why did God choose this particular mechanism for the development of animals? Because I look at what Jean-Baptiste Lamarck had with his theory of evolution, not with natural selection. And his method would have required, seems like, a whole lot less suffering than the mechanism that Darwin has. So to me, the question is, why did God choose the mechanism of Darwin rather than the mechanism of Lamarck for evolution and inheritance?
Yeah, and just to press this even further, the fact that you are making, and this is where it always comes back to the moral claim, the fact that you are making a moral claim that God is unjust because a Darwinian perspective of evolution is more just defeats the purpose of your argument, because in an atheistic worldview, you cannot make that claim to begin with, because in an atheistic
Actually,
worldview...
I can very easily. All I have to do is say, suffering is something we want to avoid. Why then would there be a system that has more suffering if you could have had a system with less suffering? That's all the posit I need. I only need the axiom, less suffering, better than more suffering.
Yes, but again, Aaron, with all respect to you, the fact that you are saying it's better assumes that there has to be a standard of perfection, and no, that's the entire argument.
Is 3 bigger than 2?
Yes, but is 3 better than 2?
You answered my question, but here's the thing: 3 is bigger than 2, and you don't need divine intervention to realize that. You know what is better? No. It means something is more than versus less than to some sort of goal. This hammer is better for hammering in nails when it's made out of steel rather than when it's made out of rubber.
Okay.
And when it comes to achieving the goals that intelligent things have, well, we seem to have these things like, hey, suffering bad, less suffering better, more suffering worse. Let's do things with less suffering. And given the choice between something with more suffering versus less suffering to the same goal, the person who chooses more suffering is the one that we start questioning. And again, this can also just be an internal critique to the God hypothesis. If God is perfectly moral and wants to reduce suffering, why did he choose the mechanism that actually vastly increased the amount of potential suffering? Again, I ask you, David, why did God choose Darwinian evolution versus Lamarckian evolution?
There are multiple things I could talk to there, but it would kind of just spiral it into a whole different discussion. But I wanted to get on something that you said,
David,
earlier,
are you a creationist? Can I just ask that real quick?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I was just making sure. I figured that was the reason why we weren't going down that rabbit hole, but I was just making sure.
Yeah, and in which case, David, I think you have much more than a philosophical or moral problem. The fact of the matter is, to have your position, you have to deny pretty much every single natural science to get to your conclusions. And if that is required for your apologetic, you might want to choose a different form of your religion. If you need to deny most everything we know to say, well, where do you get your morals from? I'm sorry, you're coming off as a bit of a jerk in that sort of way, because you know what? We figured out some things are better than other things, but some things lead to happier, more flourishing societies than other things. And the gods of the olden days have not actually helped us there, and often they're the things slowing us down from making things better.
Yeah, and one last point to end on this. So the fact that there are better forms, we should pursue things with less suffering. On that point, if there was an entire culture that atheistic culture, and they agreed, and this was exactly the case of Hitler, and you guys would agree Hitler is immoral. But Hitler, in his mind, said all of these Jews are not people; they can be slaughtered.
Guess what? There's a couple things to note here, David. One is actually, first off, Hitler was wrong. That killing 11 million people actually causes less suffering. That is just stupidly wrong. And Hitler was not trying to make the world better. He was trying to make it better for his special group of people. And in the process, what he did was basically get his country bombed to pieces, ruin the reputation of Germans for generations, had the country separated by 2 powers and split it over a long time, to which today the scars can be seen in Germany. You can literally see, even from space, the difference in lighting between Eastern and Western Germany. So that's some long-term suffering there. And also the fact of the matter is, Hitler believed a lot of things that were just wrong. And if you're going to make moral arguments from false premises, you cannot get to reliable, true moral conclusions. The logic of morality is the same as logic generally. If you start from a false premise, you cannot get to a reliable, true conclusion. Doesn't matter whether you're Mother Teresa, Hitler, or anyone else. If you do bad things, even if you think you're right, you can still be wrong. And the fact of the matter is, Hitler was just irrational when it came to his hatred of certain subgroups of people.
Right, and this is where it comes back to the natural order of things and nature, and do we need God in nature? Because if there is a
it's
moral
also
being,
worth noting that Hitler was actually one who invoked the divine in his arguments. He actually was anti-evolution. You can, if you unfortunately read things like Mein Kampf, he basically disparages evolution. The works of Darwin were basically kicked out of Germany. You see material in there that looks like he is actually a creationist. Fact of the matter is, Hitler was not this atheist, super Darwin evolutionist. Far from it, unfortunately. And the German soldiers going in on their belt buckles with statements like Gott mit uns, God with us, going into battle, and also anti-Semitism in general also has from itself very clear Christian roots. Anti-Semitism did not start in 1933.
Yeah, and I'll avoid all the history and all the things like that, but
you might want to, because it doesn't exactly look good for the Christian countries. If we, I'll just, people usually bring up the Crusades because of what happened in the Holy Land, but do you know what the first group of people the Crusaders attacked?
What?
Jewish communities in Germany. They said, hey, we're going after the enemies of Christ. Well, they're up there in Germany right now, so as we're going through, we're going to pillage them and also take all of their money, as we are then going off to our other holy mission. So, literally, the first victims of the crusade were not Muslims, but Jews.
Yeah, and that's terrible. But again, I have to keep pressing this point, because this is where the inconsistency lies, is that from an atheistic perspective, if a whole culture decides that to murder people is a good thing, or murder a specific people group is a good thing for the society, then why is it not good? Can a group
of people be wrong about a thing, David?
Okay, and you're saying they're wrong, but from what standard are you pulling that from? Because from an atheistic
because we can objectively look and see, hey, does killing hundreds of thousands of people actually make a better world? And the answer over and over again throughout the history of the world is no. If you could show me evidence of where genocide has somehow led to a utopia, then maybe we could even begin having a different discussion. But since every genocide has only led to more pain, suffering, and continued persecution, I don't see how anyone can rationally say, oh, genocide is good sometimes, when every single example we could point to, we'd all say, oh, wow, no, that was terrible. No, that didn't resolve anything. No, that didn't make things better. No, there wasn't. There were other options besides the wholesale slaughter of peoples or enslavement of peoples. To make the argument and say this is the argument the atheist has, the atheist would at least have to say there is some objective reason to show that sometimes genocide is good. And guess what? No one has that argument based on anything rational. And the people who do argue for genocide are actually quite irrational in their hatreds.
Yeah, and I would say again, from the perspective of knowing something objectively, you also, are looking.
God does not make anything objective. That's actually another problem with your argument, because God is basically just the ultimate subject. God telling you to do this thing doesn't make it right or wrong. After all, if God told you, David, go and murder the hosts of the line, would that make it a good and moral thing?
No, because you're operating under the assumption that God would say that to someone. So that's the thing, is you are
according to the Bible, he has told people to do that many times. So David, first off, read your Bible. God orders slaughters many times. Yes. Just ask the Amalekites. Just ask the Amalekites,
No.
and when Saul
So-
failed to kill enough Amalekites, then God punished Saul for failing to kill every last Amalekite.
And that's just it, Aaron. It's kill versus murder. What is the difference between those things?
If you are making that distinction, that apparently genocide is okay sometimes, I'm sorry, you're the genocidal maniac here. You're the Hitler. You're the Hitler apologist. You basically just
No.
said, if God says it, then it's not murder. It's okay now. You're the depraved one. And I'm sorry, you can't come to the atheists and say, hey, the destruction of the Amalekites wasn't a genocide because God said they had it coming. It's not murder because I said so. Guess what? You're the one who has a lot of moral work to do. I'm sorry, David. And if you're going to think
That
you're going to
also
get there
sounds
by
like-
arguing about the laws of physics, oh man. Whew.
That sounds like exactly
Oh,
what somebody who wanted to commit a genocide would say too, right? Like, well, it's okay to do this because God said that we should do this, so we're good, guys. Like, don't worry, we're all fine. Like, it all sounds very
Okay.
painfully human.
Okay, let me press you guys. Let me press you guys a little bit further with this argument. Then, is it good for American soldiers to go out and fight and kill people?
To what end? Are you saying go in and take a country and add it
Exactly.
to our... Well, guess what?
That is exactly the point.
No, actually, because there's
That is
also
exactly
defensive
my
war. Are you saying the Jews of the Old Testament committed genocide in self-defense?
When you say genocide, you're going to have
When
to
the order
explain.
is kill everyone, that is as much genocide as can be. And if you are arguing it wasn't genocide-y enough to be called genocide, that is the worst form of politics. Like, oh, you have to kill at least 60% of the population for genocide. In that case, it's just refined capital punishment.
Aaron,
No,
correct me
I'm
if I'm wrong too, though, but isn't there one as well where God tells the Israelites to like take the little ones for themselves, like meaning that they could take the virgin girls as plunder from war, which sounds, I mean, that doesn't strike me as a divine command. I don't think that there's ever a moral reason to basically be, committing SA against children. So
Yeah, there's that aspect of when you go to war that you get to enslave the men and you get to take the women as your sexual property.
Yeah, and this is just the point that I'm making, guys. Is you guys are judging scripture, and you guys don't see it that way, but you guys are judging scripture.
Well, here's the thing.
And making moral claims
David,
from-
let's just,
from
if you're
an atheistic
consistent, do
perspective.
you condemn the genocides and the essays and the child slaughter of the Old Testament? And this is a binary question. If you say yes, we can move on. And if you say no, you are inconsistent totally. So I'm going to ask it again. Do you condemn the genocides as described in the Old Testament?
See, you're saying genocide, but it's not murder.
Yes
You
or
guys
no,
are
David?
conflating murder.
Do you condemn genocides in the Old Testament as described in the Old Testament?
Not if it's a command, and that's the thing. I'm not going to.
So then you condone it when God says so. Therefore, you're the one who has, I think, these inconsistencies. But I should actually say, no, you're consistent. If God says it, that's what makes it moral. And my argument is, no, in fact, all that means is that you are the ultimate obedient person, but obedience is not the same thing as moral. And if we want to use the Nazi analogy, lots of obedient soldiers in the SS doing some really terrible, evil stuff. And the idea that I was just following orders is anything like a sufficient justification is not good enough for us. It should not be good enough for you when God tells you to do something that you find to be so repugnant to any normal moral condition. And if you're saying that we're inconsistent, but you're okay with genocide when God says it's okay, you're the one with the problems. I'm sorry, not me.
No, again, you're saying these things are evil and that you're judging. It's just this is.
Do
this
you
is the issue
condemn
that atheists have.
genocide in the Bible? Do you condemn the genocides as described in the Bible? This is yes or no. And if you can't answer this yes or no question, we just need to stop this call because you can't be honest.
So you're saying I can't be honest, but you have to be honest with.
Yes or no, David. I'm going to mute you and give you a chance one more time. I asked you very explicitly, do you condemn genocides as described in the Old Testament? Now, I'm going to unmute you, and there's two options what you can say, yes or no. Do you condemn it, yes, or do you not condemn it? And if you can't answer that sort of binary, that means you actually do condone it. And frankly, you're the one with the problem. So I'm going to unmute you and give you the opportunity to tell me whether or not you condemn genocides as described in the Old Testament.
I'm not going to answer that because I'm going to ask you the question,
I guess we're done.
What do you mean by...
Nope, sorry. I said a binary and you can't answer it. That means you cannot condemn the evils of genocide. So when you say, oh, how do I do it? I say, this causes less suffering. You do whatever God tells you, and this actually now becomes scary. Because those who can condemn those sorts of those who can condone those sorts of stories are capable of committing those sorts of atrocities. So David, I'm sorry, we're done for tonight. Goodbye.
Whew.
Sorry, once you go into genocide apologetics and say it's okay when God says so, that's when the argument has to stop. It's like, nope, you don't get to condemn me for you claiming that you're okay with the worst things humanity could even imagine doing.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, it's not just the genocide, right? Like, it's the genocide and then everything couched within that as well. Like, you were alluding to this earlier, right? But this is including things like the sexual assault of children, right? Like the slaughter of the innocents. Like, there's no such thing. My favorite line that you said in that, well, whilst I was sheltering in my laundry room, was there's no such thing as a defensive genocide. Like, you can't, you're not genociding in defense. That's not something that you can do. And I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's so this challenge of like, oh, you know, where does somebody who's not religious get their morality from? And it's like, okay, well, we're coming to it from a perspective of harm reduction, right? It's like harm is objectively bad. We want the least amount of harm possible, the least amount of suffering possible. There's utilitarianism, and we're good. We can call it square. And what's nice about that is that there's no way in our worldview to justify a genocide or the sexual assault of children. So it's like, it's really a twofer in that way.
Yeah. If you really feel like that you need some sort of great grounding for the argument for why you shouldn't commit genocide of little children. So first off, ask yourself, why does something need to stop you? What is in your heart that makes that even begin to feel like something you need to be persuaded away from? And secondly, guess what? There are many a moral theory out there that tries to ground morality, whether it's deontology of Immanuel Kant or the utilitarianism of, utilitarians. I follow some form of consequentialist morality, and here's the funny thing. I do think there is a subjectivity to morality, but what makes it objective is that pretty much all humans have that same subjectivity. We all want to be happy. And guess what? Widespread suffering doesn't make people happy. It doesn't make me happy. And the people who find pleasure in the pain of others actually fundamentally are not as happy as people who actually can find joy and bring joy to other people. This is where actual science shows things. So I look at how the world actually is.
Yeah, and I would even argue that, you know, things like basic harm reduction, like barring, you know, mental illness and things like that, like people generally, societies generally, I can't think of an exception to this. They have really basic similarities in their moral systems, like, you know, don't kill for no reason, don't steal for no reason, don't, you know, like lie for no reason, right? These are things that are shared. Again, I can't think of an exception, but it's essentially universally, because we all have this basic understanding of like, I don't want to be harmed, so we probably shouldn't harm other people. I mean, there's a very good naturalistic explanation for this, because that's rules like that everybody follows are what keeps a social species from dying out, right? I mean, it's pretty easy to explain where that kind of thing comes from and why those similarities exist. But you know, all of that is beside the point when you're talking to somebody who evidently needs an all-powerful deity to tell them not to harm children of a neighboring tribe that they don't like. So, and I don't, you know, at that point, you're too far gone to have that kind of conversation with.
Yeah. And most importantly, when you are unwilling to answer the question, it's because you know that your answer is terrible. And once you can't be honest about that, you definitely can't be honest with us, and we're going to move on to other callers because we got great callers waiting for us.
We do, yeah, exactly. When somebody is like, when you say, is genocide wrong? And someone goes, well, it's already, shut it down.
Yeah.
Okay, we have two more calls. We have an atheist caller and we have a theist caller. You wanted to do a sandwich, yes?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the general thing, but now that there's only two left, we had a few more earlier, and they had to drop, unfortunately, I believe. So I'm going to say chef's choice.
Ooh, chef's choice. I mean, these are both really good calls. Is either of them getting to you in particular?
I mean, you know really don't have a good way to say. Let's pick the one that you like.
Okay. All right. Yes. Human evolution call. Rob, not that I don't want to hear your call. We're going to get to you next. But first, we're going to do our theist caller. Matthew, pronouns he, him, from California. He's a theist, and he says, how do we survive when we humans have so many expensive traits? Elaborate a bit for us, if you would please, Matthew.
Thank you so much for taking my call. So my question is about many of the complex traits we have, and I've looked into this a little bit, including on your own content, and I know that things like eyeballs can evolve through intermediate steps where maybe there was at first just like a few photosensitive cells, and then you get something more complex. And I'm trying to understand how we then get to something like our big brains and our bipedal walking, because I know there's serious trade-offs to that in terms of like our really long childhoods and our difficulty in childbirth. So how do we get through the intermediate steps to something like that when there's such big trade-offs for having those traits?
Yeah, this is a phenomenal question. I mean, an old adage of evolution, right, is that every single step has to be beneficial in and of itself. So our prediction would be, with regard to human evolution, that each of the steps that lead us towards bipedalism or really big brains need to be beneficial in the present so that it can be selected for in the individuals that have that variation. In the case of bipedalism, this is, fortunately for us, a super simple answer. During the Miocene, like roughly 5.3 to 23-ish million years ago, but really towards the end of that epoch of time, these vast forests covered the entirety of Eurasia and most of Africa, right? I mean, it was a really warm, wet climate for the entire world. And as a result, apes were everywhere, right? Like apes first show up in the fossil record about 23 million years ago with Camoiopithecus. And then they start to expand out into all these areas because if it's warm and rainforesty, apes can live there, right? So these apes are living all over the place. And because there's so many open niches for them to inhabit, they start moving in really interesting ways. So the first apes move a lot like monkeys do, just kind of like quadrupedally on tops of the branches, like kind of how like a baboon would move. But the first apes are very similar to that. And then later apes start to move in different ways. So they start to be kind of clambering through the trees like an orangutan would. They're walking a little bit on the ground. And as a result, because they're up in the trees so much and they're doing this slow clambering through these dense rainforests, you want 5 points of contact and you want a lot of flexibility. We know this because animals that are really good in the trees tend to be really flexible regardless of which taxa you're looking at, right? Like sloths have a lot of flexibility in their bodies. Lots of New World monkeys have flexibility in their bodies. Lots of arboreal rodents have a lot of flexibility in their bodies. Their ankles can move in a lot of different ways. Their wrists are really flexible because you need to be able to grab the branches at pretty much every angle. So these apes that at the tail end of the Miocene are starting to move a lot like in ways that are very similar to modern day orangutans and modern day gibbons, which is to say they've got 4 points of contact, both hands and both feet. But what that tends to do, right, especially if you're going for mobility, is that orients your body more vertically. So your body is upright like this with your head on top. It's called an orthograde posture because hanging below the branches and being able to move up and down vertically in the trees without having to scamper along horizontally on the branches is actually super beneficial. And we know this because these Miocene apes, like they have the characteristics for being upright when they're in the trees, right? Their foramen magnum, or that hole at the base of the skull, is tucked way far forward compared to, well, a little bit further forward, I guess I should say, in the likes of like some of these German, or I should say European apes. So as a result, right, you've got these apes that are upright in the trees, and then the Volesian crisis hits. The Volesian crisis is this time period during the Miocene where the climate radically shifts and dries out, right? Like aridity, it gets cold really quickly. And as a result, the forests disappear from Europe and all the apes that are living there go extinct. It begins to sweep southward into northern Africa, and the apes there are being threatened as well. So what happens when you have an upright ape that's in the trees, right, for the purposes of moving around efficiently through a 3D environment, through a 3D canopy, and then you take away the trees? Well, you get an upright ape on the ground, right? And these trees don't disappear overnight. These trees disappear slowly, right? And so you have first dense forests, and then forests that are broken up by small patches of grassland, and then 50-50 grassland and forest, and then mostly grassland with some patches of trees, and then open grassland. And so when we look at these types of environments, we would expect that the apes, now hominins that we see there, should have a mixture of characteristics that make them really, really good in the trees, and also make it so that they can move efficiently on the ground for at the very least short periods of time so they can get from tree patch to tree patch. And indeed, the first hominins we see are upright. They maintain that upright posture from these hypothetical earlier last common ancestors of all African great apes. And they also have aspects in their pelvis and in their legs that start to favor more efficient locomotion when they came to the ground. And we have a modern day analog for this. My favorite animal of all time, gibbons, right? They're arboreal. They spend almost all their time in the trees, but because their arms are super duper long, when they do come to the ground, they can't walk quadrupedally. They have to hold their arms up like this, and they walk on 2 feet like bipeds do. So that pressure for long enough amounts of time is going to select for animals that are capable of doing bipedalism more and more efficiently. And it's from Ardipithecus on to these early Australopiths that you start to see all of the physical characteristics that favor bipedalism, because those forests are continuing to disappear. And so selection is favoring these animals that can make these trips from tree patch to tree patch. So bipedalism starts getting selected for like gangbusters, and those trees don't come back. So once those trees are gone, that efficiency for bipedalism is just going to continue on its merry way until you have something, a hominid, that is a really, really efficient biped, like what we see in the earliest members of genus Homo. Now, big brains is a different story, but I talked a little bit about it with Flabbergasted here on the channel today. In order to grow a big brain, you have to have enough like energy to feed it, because brains are super expensive. They're like, they eat like 20% of your daily metabolic intake. Yeah, that's the new, you heard me talking about that earlier today. It's like, how do you get this selected for? Well, apes already have big brains for their body sizes. Like chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans, these guys are really smart animals. Humans just really dial that up to 11. Now, what's really neat about this is that when you look back in time to the first person who ever, Edward Tyson is his name, whoever decided to dissect a chimpanzee, he dissected a chimpanzee in the 1700s before Linnaeus even invented taxonomy. And to everybody's horror, he remarked that the chimpanzee shared more in common with a human than it did with monkeys. And he expanded this to say it's not just in the physical characteristics of the body, but when he dissected the brain, he found that chimpanzees have all the same brain regions that humans do. This was very shocking to the Victorian people of the time, but this is maintained through the years. Chimps do have the same regions of the brain that humans do. So since we both have it, our last common ancestor likely had many of the same regions as well. So when we see the evolution of the brain, it's really an evolution of the efficiency of the brain, the overall size of the brain, right? When I say efficiency, I mean like neuronal density, the overall size of the brain, and then the emphasis on which lobes of the brain are actually getting larger, are really growing faster than the other portions. And the argument goes that what makes Homo sapiens and the later members of genus Homo really in general skyrocket in their ability to utilize tools isn't just like a gross increase of the brain size or even an efficiency. It's an increase in the frontal lobe, the area that's responsible for critical thinking and executive function. So the idea is that it's like we're looking at an animal that is increasing its brain case size because it has access to all of these new resources, and that creates that feedback loop that I was talking about earlier. Now you can ask this question, like, why in the first place would a big brain evolve? Like, what favors big brain evolution selectively speaking if it's actually so expensive? Well, when you're a social animal, big brains and like the ability to like manage all of these relationships allow you to move up and down in the hierarchy, get access to better resources, and get access to better mates. That includes things like remembering who's who, schmoozing, politicking, forming coalitions. And that sets up a really nice prediction, right? Is that we should see bigger brains in social animals that maintain these complex social relationships than we see in animals that do not maintain these complex social relationships. And in fact, when we look at the animals that are the most cerebral, so to speak, it's like corvids, so crows, elephants, proboscideans, the whales and dolphins, so cetaceans, and like most of the primates. And all of these animals live in highly complicated social groups that are dominated by a hierarchy. right? So big brains evolved in part to innovate for resource acquisition, and in part to manage social relationships amongst one another. And that both of those things, like it's one thing to have one feedback loop in evolution, but when you have two feedback loops, all of a sudden, like things are going to jackknife upward, and that's what we see when we look at the hominids. So that's how expensive characteristics, or like perceived expensive characteristics, can evolve. The selective pressure has to be right, which is why some characteristics are really rare. It's why humans are the only living mammalian bipeds that move the way that we do. Does that make sense?
No, I really appreciate the answer, and I was making notes on that because I'm going to have to go and look back through some of this stuff later, but I really appreciate the detail in that answer. And what you said right there at the end was kind of what was in my mind when I was asking the question, because I do know that humans aren't the exception that creationists claim, but at least the bipedal walking seems to be at least a little unusual. I think it's not totally unique, but it does make sense to me, going back to the beginning of your answer, in that something a little bit rare could result from the combination of a very specific set of circumstances. And
Yeah,
I think
'cause
you've
it's like-
anticipated my follow-up question two, which was going to be about the relative uniqueness of humans, because I guess you've kind of reminded me we really aren't that unique. Actually, that's kind of what I noticed when I was a little kid about the things that adults in my life were saying that made me kind of think, hey, maybe this creationist stuff is not exactly accurate. It was just looking at our family cat and kind of noticing that, hey, this isn't like a robot. There's thinking going on there of some sort. And then,
yeah, I mean, I
some of
think-
the people I was talking to, some people, they act like animals are just robots and like totally separate from us, and it's pretty odd.
I think that you never find a human exceptionalist around somebody who does animal husbandry, right? Like, you're never going to find somebody who thinks that humans are the pinnacle of creation around somebody when you're talking to somebody who's had dogs or worked with horses, or, you know, even more, especially more exotic animals, right? I think it's really interesting if you look at where do people think people came from? Like, that's an interesting question to ask. And when you look across, anthropologically speaking, from a cultural anthropological perspective, you know, what do people say based off of where they're from? And overwhelmingly, this is speculation, right? I need to do a deeper dive on this, but overwhelmingly, from my observations, people that are from areas that have native monkeys living there have perspectives that place humans either within nature itself, or as sometimes even either descendant from or closely related to monkeys, or monkeys came from people, right? Like they link together humans and our closest relatives because they have something there that's very similar to compare us to. Whereas for a lot of the people who lived in like Northern Europe, you know, what was the closest thing to a human, right? There wasn't, that gulf was less, that gulf seemed more apparent because there were no other primates around the area, right? And the mammals that were present, it was like the most intelligent thing really was probably a dog. And people speak very fondly of their dogs from that time. So I don't know. I'm not a human exceptionalist.
Yeah, I'm not either. And I really think that point should be more obvious than it is. I grew up on a farm, and my family, and no one in my immediate family were creationists, but a lot of people around were, and certainly probably the majority of the community was. And a lot of them would have this view that the whether it was, you know, chickens or cattle or they were working with, they wouldn't grant them the kind of respect as a fellow animal that seemed so obvious to me, even as like a 10-year-old. It just seems odd. I mean, I get that they're not humans, but to not see the similarities just always seemed bizarre to me.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, that's why I'm glad you asked such a thoughtful question. You know, I mean, it's like such a reasonable thing to ask. Like, how do characteristics that seem so unlikely evolve in the first place, right? I mean, this is the exact kind of thing that got Darwin's, you know, noggin ticking when he was, you know, traveling on the Beagle and seeing this vast diversity all across the world, and he's wondering, like, first he was wondering, how did these unique characteristics evolve, and then the second thing he wondered is, wow, why does the same thing seem to evolve so many times under similar situations, right? Both of those two things were rumbling around in his head when he came up with evolution by natural selection.
Yeah, So I don't want to hold you up too much. The second thing I wanted to say, because call screeners always ask about this, is two things are true about me. Is A, I do believe in God, and B, I have realized I can't articulate a good reason for that. This is actually something I have talked to about people on the line before. Actually, I talked to Aaron, I think like a year ago, about this and tried to present my argument for God and realized it wasn't any good. And I've been I've been deconstructing for the last year or so about this. And your show has been incredibly helpful with that. I've actually been speaking to a therapist for a while now about religious trauma, and this is a tremendous resource for people. I hope you realize that.
That's so kind of you to say, Matthew. Thank you. That's the goal of the show, right? Is to challenge people on the things that they believe in a way that's constructive for everybody involved. And it's meant also to be a safe space for people to question in the first place, right? I mean, that's one of our, we're talking about things that make humans unique. One of the things that I think does make humans, like sets humans slightly apart, is we have just this unquenchable curiosity about the world around us. And that's something that should be celebrated and never discouraged. No matter what you're questioning, you can question absolutely everything. It's a wonderful characteristic to have. So I'm glad to hear that you're calling back. I'm glad to hear that the first call was helpful, and I wish you the absolute best of luck in your continued deconversion. I know that can be extremely difficult, but man, you'll come out of it on the other side, and you'll feel a lot better for it, I think.
Well, that's everything. So thank you so much. I've got some notes to work from here. So thanks again.
Thank you, Matthew. Take care.
All right, take care.
All right, I'm glad I gave you a break on that one, Aaron. After you did the whole previous call, I had to flex my chops a little bit. I got to do something around here. I'm lazy bones. You ready for this
you have
last
bones,
call?
but they're not lazy.
Yeah. You ready to knock this last call out? What do you think?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Rob, pronouns he, him, from Spain. He's an atheist, and he's asking, is there biology behind binary thinking? Elaborate on that a little bit for us there, Rob, and welcome to SkepTalk.
Hi, guys. Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Before I begin on the topic, I just want to say, Aaron, I unequivocally condemn genocide.
What if
Rob.
I told you it would? But what if, Rob? What if I told you one genocide is okay? What if I gave you permission? Would that make it a little bit better, or no?
No, I was a little bit horrified by that, to be honest. That's cool. Yeah.
You and me both.
Thank God you took Matthew next to give a better perspective of religion. But yeah, onto the subject. So I've been looking a little bit into this, but just some very basic reading. But I've always noticed that as humans, we think in a binary so much. I mean, everything is on a binary. We even teach it in schools in a way, even on things that have no reason to be binary. And I'm not even getting into gender yet, but with politics, we think of a left and a right, but it's actually a complete amalgam of different things. And the reading I did was that we began thinking this way to make quick decisions and to sense danger and things like that. And why haven't we evolved from that? Is there a biological? Is there a physics? Is most things in the world binary? I'm really confused by it. And if you guys have any knowledge on it, that'd be amazing.
One of the things that comes to mind is a personality trait, tolerance of ambiguity. And this actually seems to be something that's on a spectrum, and those who have a low tolerance for ambiguity also seem to have other traits that fit into the category of authoritarian personality, which sometimes can also be at least adjacent to political rightward positions. And the fact there's that sort of spectrum, suggest there could be something interesting there. And the fact it's personality-wise, it has to go somehow to the brain. I don't want to say that like Democrats and Republicans have different brains, but I actually have a book, I think, behind me called literally The Republican Brain. I need to go see if I still have it on my bookshelf. And there's at least some signs that, it shows that, yeah, there is something different about some people's mental faculties if they're more or less tolerant of ambiguity, things like that, which I think the tolerance of ambiguity is related to the binary thinking you're talking about. Because if everything has to be either one thing or the other, you just don't tolerate ambiguity. And, us, hyper hippie lefties where there are 8,000 genders or whatever, negative connotation we want to put to that and exaggerate it, that there's at least more tolerance of difference and that things don't need to be as much binary. But again, the fact that there's a spectrum of it suggests that it's not necessarily a directly evolved trait, and it might be very circumstantial that certain characteristics pop out. There is a book that I did see pop up recently, published, that I have added to my reading list called The Ideological Brain, written by a neuroscientist, and it's supposed to be summarizing this, but I have not yet purchased the book, let alone read it. But it's something that popped up, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I should probably know more about that.
I think some thoughts off the top of my head is that it's like, that what Aaron's talking about there, that tribalistic thinking and that binary put things in boxes thinking and how that's associated with authoritarian tendencies. I could see, and I don't think that this is very far-fetched as a proposition, I could see societies, like when humans are living in smaller groups or smaller towns or even early just agricultural revolution stuff, I could see a world where groups that think this way, with these strict binaries, these strict rules, these sort of strongman hierarchies, are quite good at picking fights with their neighbors, and if they're big enough, taking their stuff, right? Which leads to the proliferation of that idea into more people, into more groups, and so on and so forth, until eventually you've got a rather large society of people who are all holding to this type of thinking, right? And you might think of that and think, well, that kind of makes it sound like it's evolutionarily advantageous at first. I would propose that ways of thinking like this are, in the short term, great at getting you stuff, and in the long term, doom virtually every group that holds them and takes them to heart, right? Because that binary tends to shrink over time, and that tends to lead to a bunch of people getting left out of where what's sort of contained within what is okay. And whether we're talking about a binary or ideologies generally, as Aaron was sort of hinting at earlier, I'm sort of treating those as part and parcel here, because I think there's a decent case to be made that there is a link. So I think over time that these organizations that are quite hierarchical kind of end up burning out bright and fast, whereas more egalitarian organizations, they may not be as good in the immediate present at hoarding resources because they're not picking fights and taking them from other people. But as far as longevity goes, I think their tolerance makes them resistant to catastrophic changes because they're more easily able to change with the environment around them. So I think you could almost make the argument, and I think that a great way of supporting this, by the way, is the fact that we've had egalitarian human societies that are very long-lived in like all across the history of humans. I mean, there's an argument that's made by some paleoanthropologists that humans, like Homo sapiens as a species, was primarily structured as egalitarian hunter-gatherers for most of our 300,000-year existence, and that this was only changed by the agricultural revolution when it was possible to hoard stuff. And hoarding stuff creates hierarchy, right? Whereas in a hunter-gatherer society, when you're hunting and gathering your food every single day, it's quite difficult to hide things and keep them all to yourself. So there's an interesting conversation to be had here about what is evolutionarily advantageous, and also what is good for the flourishing of humans. And I think those two things can overlap, but I don't think they always do. So those are just some musings that I have on it. I don't have a definitive answer for you, but that's kind of off the dome.
And just one quick follow-up, just because one of the things I said, I feel like I need to articulate differently, because I think the way I phrased some things about gender was not construing properly, because it made it sound like I'm making fun of the non-binary nature of gender. And very much not in that,
No,
and I just want to make sure
I think it was very clear, Aaron. I think it was very clear that you were making fun of the right wingers who make fun of us.
Yeah, I just felt like the way that I wanted to articulate that that hyperbole isn't, even if there were quote unquote 8,000 genders, so what? I should specify it's like there's clearly a spectrum aspect to it, and it's a bimodal but very fuzzy distribution. That's the best way to put it, and we need to support everybody.
Yeah, humans are enormously variable, right? I mean, we're enormously variable in literally everything. And there's whatever, 7-8 billion of us, however many there are right now, right? Like there's billions and billions of people. You're going to see the full spread of human variation. I think that's wonderful because, and I think you can support this pretty well with science, right? Like when you have diverse opinions, you get diverse solutions to many different problems, and you're more likely to figure out the best way of solving it. So, I think you can make a very literal, very scientific case that, DEI is actually phenomenal for science, which is why they're killing it, because they hate everything good. I'm being hyperbolic, but only a little bit.
If I may bring up a quote, also a binary thinking from the best worst line from the Star Wars prequels trilogy: "Only a Sith speaks in absolutes." Which itself is an absolute statement, which just makes me want to both shake George Lucas for writing that line, but the fact that I can also manipulate it the way I did makes me think, put her there, buddy.
Yeah.
But
what do you think about all that, Rob? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think there's something in the education system, and I think there's something that's holding back humanity when we think of this binary structure to so many aspects of the universe, of life. In religious teaching, they teach you the God and the devil, and they put them also almost at opposite ends of this thing and make it a binary good and bad. We teach kids that there's the sun and the moon, and almost like it's an opposite, but the moon obviously is not the opposite of the sun. We teach kids that white and black are opposite. Now, when we draw a color spectrum, we put white at one end and black at the other. But I mean, physically, Aaron, I don't know, is white actually the opposite of black? And I just think we teach and we continue to educate kids and as adults into this strict binary structure of there's this and this and there's this and this and there's this and there's the opposite of this. And I just find it very bizarre, and I think it's holding us back as a species.
I mean, I tend to agree, right? Like, I think that you touched on something when you were introducing the topic, this idea that when we group things into discrete binary categories, it makes information easier to process. And that's true. But the problem is the information then is binned inaccurately. And by not appreciating the variety of that information, you actually end up losing a lot. So maybe binary thinking is, to some degree, I mean, like you said, it's helpful for teaching children things. But is it accurate? Well, no, because you don't just have the sun and the moon, right? There's a shit ton of other stuff up there, right? You don't just have black and white. It's not just, it's not that simple. So I don't know. Maybe it does have something to do with the fact that we try to process information quickly, and if we put it into a binary first, it helps us make snap decisions easier. I don't know if that's true or not, but that could simultaneously be true in one sense and also harmful in the way that we're applying it today, right? We're no longer, strictly speaking, at the mercy of our biology. So maybe it's time to move, for whatever the reason, it's probably time to move beyond that, huh?
Could it have something to do with the fact that we have two limbs and two eyes, and we've evolved in that way to think of things as one or the other? I don't know. If we had three arms, 3 legs, and 3 eyes, would we be in a tertiary thinking mode?
Man, I don't know, because I know people have proposed that the reason we do base 10 is because we have 10 fingers, right? But then there's some societies that have done base 12, right? So I don't think that's
even more than that.
necessarily strict. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Well, here's the thing: we might be base 10, but guess what? When it comes to that clock, you're base 60, And that goes all the way back to
Yeah.
the Sumerians and Babylonians.
So it's like, okay, so then it's not necessarily, maybe it's like a fun thing to entertain. Like maybe having two hands or two eyes, maybe being bilaterally symmetric plays some role, but maybe not necessarily. Like if we were radially symmetric with 5 limbs, I don't think you would necessarily be like, yes, the 5 celestial bodies, you know what I mean?
It'd be quite cool. Do octopi think in octagonal thinking?
They'd probably be better off for it. I love it. I love a mollusk in general. I love a cephalopod.
Well,
Cool,
honestly,
Rob. Well,
if I
thank
had to
you.
be a different species, I would have to be a mushroom because then I'd be a fun guy.
Hey.
No, we're not even in super chats yet. We're not even in super chats yet.
Before the super chat,
Well,
Erika.
I'm sorry that I have to be the mold of this bread that we call the show, and I'm just rotting the whole thing away.
It's not even a pun. That you're just describing what mold does.
Exactly. This is what puns are. I am the mold that is the pun.
Absolutely not. Okay.
Well, listen, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to pick your brains on this because it's been bugging me that even things in life that we say are on a spectrum, we always put on a binary. Even if it's on a spectrum, we put a left and a right, we put a black and a white, we put a things, and I just always found it fascinating that humans seem brain wired to think in one or the other in a binary way. So I'll do some more investigation. So thanks for your time.
Yeah, do some more. Tell us what you find. Thank you, Rob.
Have a great night, guys. Bye.
You too.
Bye-bye.
All right. That's it. Okay, I think we're getting ready to do super chats, but I think I'm supposed to tell people what's coming up, right? Let me tell everybody what's coming up before we do super chats. Let me pull up the schedule as I try to pop my wrist. What is today? Today is Monday. You're here hanging out with me and Aaron. Tomorrow, we've got Chewed Gum with Alyssa and another host who it's TBD for now.
Arden.
Then we got the Hang Up on Wednesday, with Matt Dillahunty and Andrew Siddell. Then we have the Transatlantic Collins Show with Ben and Arden on Thursday. And then I don't think we have anybody yet for Friday. But on the Sunday show, on Sunday, we have John Gleason and Owen Morgan. And then the Sunday show, do we have anybody for Sunday show after dark?
Oh, no, that's the wrong Sunday.
Yeah, wrong Sunday.
That's the last Sunday.
Oh, okay, back it up. Roll it back. Our Sunday, which is on the 25th, is Matt Dillahunty and Eve. Eve was right. That's it too. And then, where's the nighttime one, guys? Oh, there it is on the 25th. Okay, found it.
All right.
Seth Andrews and Austin Archer for the Sunday show after dark at 7 p.m. CST. How's that? How'd I do?
Also worth noting, it looks like a week from today, there's also this Erika on the SkepTalk show again.
Oh, good lord. They got me on again? That's because they're doing that because I've screwed up so many times when I'm supposed to be on. That's fair enough. You'll find me here next Monday also to be doing this again. But I don't think I'm actually in the host seat, which is great. I love not being in the host seat because then I don't have to read these and get them wrong. Like you just heard me get them wrong. So you'll see me again next week. It'll be great. Shall we do these super chats? I'm so excited. I'm not excited at all because I know they're going to be irritating. Wow, we're starting off so great with 10 pounds from Jessica. I ate 4 cans of alphabet soup yesterday. I had the biggest vowel movement ever. Did you hear about the constipated accountant? He couldn't budget. There's only 2. It's shitting so badly you've got diarrhea, and then it's being constipated because you can't shit. Those are the 2 kinds of poop jokes that show up on the show. Soak your head, Jessica.
Erika, you sound pissed off.
It's not a pun if it just has to do with the bathroom, Aaron. $9.99 from Quack Quackerson. Hey, Erika, weird question. My DF is a lesbian, but when she ovulates, she says she's attracted to some men. Does this happen in other apes? Is there ovulation-induced bisexuality too? Quack, quack. That's a wild super chat. I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I think the answer, I mean, it's going to be a tough answer because I don't even know that you could classify many of our primate species as like strictly het anyways. Like, so many of them exhibit like their bisexuality so commonly that I don't think you could be like, wow, this is so weird. You know, we've got this one rhesus macaque, and normally she's hanging out with the GF, but then now she's an estrus, and now she's after all the dudes. Like, I think that they mostly just exhibit behaviorally, like their sexuality is bisexual so often, at least in like Macaca fuscata, bonobos, things of that nature. But I bet you could look at this with some species that exhibit lower rates of homosexuality, of same-sex attraction behavior within them, and then find exceptions and see if, when they're an estrus, if they behave differently. But that's a very, very interesting question, and I'm sure somebody who studies bonobos is researching it because they're the perfect go-to for, you know, the bisexuality and other ape stuff.
May I take this one?
You can.
At $10 from Ray Gatto. Hi, Erika. It is me. Your favorite cat, my friend, has... your favorite cat. Okay, there should be a period. My friend has identical twins, Amal and Juan. He only carries one photo in his wallet because when you've seen Juan, you've seen Amal.
Oh my god. This is the kind that I hate the most, is the one where the joke only makes sense in the context of it's going to be a pun. Because Juan is a great cat name, but I've never heard it. I mean, someone in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Is Amal a common cat name anywhere? Or is this just to make it sound like you've seen them all? Am I being duped?
The thing is, I actually saw the same pun in a not cat situation just a few days ago, and it was the same thing. Someone who has a lot of sons, but only carries a picture of Juan, because once you've seen Juan, you've seen them all.
Amal name. I'm looking it up. Okay. It's technically a meaning. It's a gender-neutral name of Arabic and Hebrew origin, with meanings that range from labor, hard work, pure, and hope. All right, Ray Gatto, you can have this one. But don't let it happen again. $5 from Zachary Henrik. I guess that makes it less bad. It definitely increases, not the funniness of the joke, because none of these are funny, but the sort of, it decreases the amount of rage that I feel when I see it. $5 from Zachary Henrik. Great job on your recent debate. That's a given. Bergman seems to have a PhD in whining, LOL, and being persecuted, apparently. Separately, which animal has the coolest scientific name? Gorilla, gorilla, gorilla.
Can I match that one?
You may.
Ursus arcticus.
I like that. I like Ursus arcticus. I think it's a cool one. I think, I mean, gosh, I'm always going to be partial towards the hylobatids or the gibbons because I love them. Symphalangus syndactylus is such a badass sounding name for a cymang. Or, as Jerry Bergman called it in a video the other day, a simong. A simong. I think that's what he called it, which is not what you call it. But it's fine.
Okay, we got $10 from Motherfucker Jones. Will microplastics be found in future fossils which are being formed today?
I think unambiguously yes. Like I think they have to be. I mean, microplastics are not they're not going to appear maybe as plastic, right? But they're going to be leached out and replaced by surrounding mineral in a way that is distinct from organic material, like from a living critter that died and is fossilizing under typical paramineralization processes. So maybe they wouldn't be their original microplastic, but I think you will certainly be able to clock, like let's say you ate a credit card and then fossilized. I'm sure that would show up evident. Like if you were a perfectly formed fossil, like Darwinius masley or something like that, I'm sure you would be able to tell that there was something bizarre and not edible in your belly. So I bet you could do that at the microscopic level too.
Well, I'm actually now a bit curious because from what I understand, like very, very early in Earth history, there were trees that basically could not rot because there was nothing that could like eat the cellulose for like millions and millions of years. And then suddenly I don't know if it was a bacteria or what, was eventually able to digest it. And then all of a sudden it's like, buffet for me. It could be the same thing that eventually some bacteria finds a way to eat plastic. And then all of a sudden it's like, the humans gave me this giant buffet in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Oh, please release them. Yeah, I'm the kind of person that sees the negative aspect of like, oh, we created a bacteria that eats plastic. Let's stick it out somewhere so we can clean it up. And then it's like, oh no, but what if it actually starts destroying all our other plastic shit? There's a part of me that's like, good, do it. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of seeing that plastic everywhere. Just destroy it all. We'll rebuild with bamboo. Slowly. Except, no, I guess that doesn't work because there's actually a lot of plastic that's really important and medical supplies. Just put a pin in that. I'll workshop that one. $10 from Greenman Dave. At Erika, I'm excited to meet you at BajaCon. Oh, I'm excited to see you there too. I've crocheted a gibbon with a hat for you. What the hell? I plan to make pfeffernusse for Forrest. At Aaron, I hope you get to go sometime too. If I see a crochet gibbon wearing a hat, I might not let you leave. I might kidnap you and force you to crochet them for me forever so I can have hundreds of them in my house.
I unfortunately am not planning on going to BajaCon, but if I were, I would not be claiming to do something so nefarious to the guests. So I guess I'm the slightly better person to go.
No, that's I'm gonna be nefarious to all the guests that I see. And since I'm like 11 stories tall, I'll pick them all up and then scale the tallest building in town like a great King Kong style critter.
You know, that movie didn't exactly end well for the giant monkey.
Yeah, but this time's different. That won't happen to me. That just won't happen to me. That won't happen. Don't even worry about it. This one's yours, though, Aaron.
All right, we got $5 from Roland the Closet Goblin. Erika, which scientific name would you give my species, closet goblins? I asked Forrest, but he kept ignoring me and denying my existence. Sad, sad face.
What scientific name would I get? Well, I kind of feel like I need more information about the closet goblins. I mean, are they like what do they look like? Because when people design goblins, sometimes they look a little reptilian, sometimes they look mammalian, sometimes they even look primate-like. Do they have like squished noses? Could I call them I think like if they have like cool bat noses, you could call them like lepidorhinus, right? Like a butterfly nose, like because some of those vampire bats have those pretty butterfly shaped noses. Or if they have like huge ears, you could go with like, what could you do? You could go with like, what would a big ear? What would be? It'd be R something, AUR, or Odo. Maybe Megalodotus, maybe Lepidorhinus, if they have big ears and then also a butterfly-shaped nose. But you see what I mean? Like, I'm going to base it off of what they look like, so I need to know what the goblin's appearance is. Are they green? Are they little? Do they have long arms? Do they have short arms? Do they have any kind of fun goblin-esque characteristic that makes them stand out? And obviously, if it's a primate, it's going to end in Pithecus, because that's the rules.
Well, I figured we could at least try to go back to a proper Latin root, so we could call them Cobbleorum camerae, so the closet goblin. Or the room goblin would be more literal translation of what I gave.
That's badass. Dude, go with that. His is better than mine. You should ask him.
I think this is your reading.
Me? Okay. Aw, Kitty. $5 from Ray Gatto. Did you know the Invisible Man married the Invisible Woman? Their kids are nothing to see either. Did you know the Invisible Man married the Invisible Woman? Their kids are nothing to see either. Is the joke like they're not impressive, so there's nothing to see, but then also because they're also invisible, because their parents were invisible, so they're nothing to see?
Mm-hmm. Right on.
That's a stretch. That's a stretch. But I do love seeing Ray Gatto's kitty.
Well, we got another kitty here, $5 from Secular Felinist. What did the mountain lion say to its friend? Stop making me laugh. You're making me poo my pants.
At least I haven't heard that one before. I guess I'll give you that one. I don't think I have heard that. And one thing that I do like about this is that you've got sort of the comrade Persian kitty as your PFP. The name is the Secular Felinist. the joke is about big cats, and then it's also still about shit, which I think is quite hard to pull off altogether. So I get, you get credit for that. But at the same time, I hate you, and I wish you hadn't sent this super chat. But thank you.
Well, just to be a little bit
$5 from
better, have
Jason
you heard about the
Clemens.
conversation between the giraffe and the tiger?
No.
So, they're having a nice long conversation, and at one point, like, the tiger is saying something that's like really exciting to the giraffe, and he's like, Tiger, are you serious? And he says, of course, I'm not lying.
When would a tiger and a giraffe even meet, Aaron? In which habitat would they encounter one another?
The zoo.
$5
A
from
poorly
Jason
managed
Jones.
zoo.
Well, feck. Stevie got us all. He figured out that we didn't see it happen, so it's all made up. Pack it up, pack up the dino bones. Let's go to church, for fuck's sake. Yeah, 2 times tonight that happened where we had a talk where we were talking about one thing and then it was revealed, like at the last second, that we were actually talking to like a creationist or a young earth creationist. And then it's like, you could have led with that. That's what I like. They do it on purpose.
$10 from Zachary Herring. Herring, I think. Einstein developed a theory about space, and it was about time, too. Did you hear about the bones they found on the moon? Seems like the cow didn't make it after all. Second one, technically not a pun, but I like it.
That's not a pun. Actually, that makes me like it more. And I also like that it's just not very funny. Like, I like that it was pitched as a joke, but it was kind of not very funny. So that, to me, that made it more enjoyable. So thank you for that one. $5 from
Let me
Chris
actually go
Clark.
ahead and fix it. I have to fix the pun because I can. I can fix the cow joke. So yeah, the cow tried to jump over the moon and failed. It was an utter disaster.
I mean, as far as workshopping that, if you wanted to make it shittier because it's a pun, yes. Objectively, that does make it worse because it makes it a pun. But as far as puns go, I think that's quite good. I think that's good for a pun. But I'm saying that in the same way that it's like, I really am not a huge fan of like ricotta cheese. And so I can recognize when a ricotta is well made, but I still hate it more than anything. $5 from Chris Clark. I've never heard it before. Where the heck does Jerry Bergman's conspiracy that Darwin created evolution to make everyone hate God come from? Actually, Chris Clark, this is a very old trope because as you guys will find out, within the next several months as I continue to work on my big project on this, creationists don't have new ideas. And they haven't had new ideas since the diluvialists of the 1800s. And George Macready Price didn't come up with any new ideas. And then Dwayne Gish and Whitcomb and Morris didn't come up with any new ideas. And Jerry Bergman didn't come up with any new ideas either. They have to frame Darwin as bad, and they have to frame evolution as if it's something that he was specifically concocted to hate God, because otherwise it just makes too much damn sense. You have to inoculate the audience ahead of time against even considering it. Because if it was something that was specifically sort of dreamt up to go against God, then people just shut down and then they won't even consider it. Actually, Jerry's got a lot of, this is going to be the meanest thing I say about Jerry. Jerry's got a lot of really old tropes that come from George Macready Price and those before him. And that's because Jerry lived at the same time as them. He actually shared the earth with George Macready Price. Price died in like the 50s or something. Let me hold on. Let me check. George. Look, he's in my search history. He's in my recent search history. I died in 63. So not only did Jerry share the earth with him, he shared the earth with him for like 20 years or something like that. Jerry was born in like the 40s at some point.
$10 from the transformed husband. A young buffalo turns to his father and asks, "Father, what does it mean if I like both cows and bulls?" His father takes a moment and calmly responds, "It means you're bi, son."
I have a hard time shitting on like a proud LGBTQ buffalo parent, but I still fucking hate this. So thank you, the transformed husband, for your heartwarming story about an encouraging father, but I wish you had told it in a different way. How about that?
If the joke were done in Canada instead, it would be something moosed up.
It would. That's so bad. That's so bad. $10 from
That's how we
SGL.
get the
So
super chats.
I like seeing the puppy. Look at the dog. Wow. You guys actually really missed out because when I was in the laundry room, I actually had my husband and all 3 dogs sitting on the floor because I was sitting on the washer and dryer. And I was waiting for a moment to like pan it and show the dogs, but then Aaron was on such a roll, I didn't want to interrupt them with the puppy cam. So I'll show you guys another time. Actually, I could probably call them up here. We'll see. We'll see how many more puns we get. Every pun reduces the puppy meter in my mind. Didn't know about the Weasel program. I like the pi search page. Locates any number sequence you want at the digits of pi. I'll avoid making an easiest pi pun. I should have, when I saw that this was from SJL, I was like, oh, this is going to be a pun that I hate because I know that I get these so often from people who have cute profile pictures because it softens the blow. And then when I started reading it, I was like, wow, what a pleasant surprise. And then you ruined it at the end. But I do like your dog, so.
If you don't like the pie puns, you could try giving them the raspberry.
Is that a joke about the Raspberry Pi, the little device?
No. Raspberries when you... That's also called a raspberry.
Oh, okay, so you were just being me. Okay, gotcha. This one's yours, though.
All right. We got $4.99 from Charred But Chosen. Thanks for the chat, Stevie.
Thanks, Stevie. We're dunking on you earlier. Sorry about that. $5 from the Raven 200. I already know this is going to be bad. Oh, not bad. $5 from the Raven 200. No joke here, Erika. What's your favorite extinct animal? Mine is the megalodon. What about you, Aaron?
Favorite extinct animal? Oh my goodness. You know what? One of the natural history museums that was close to my hometown had a really big skeleton of a woolly mammoth. And boy, oh boy, would it be awesome to see one of those things actually walking around my hometown.
A woolly mammoth would be sick, but I'm going to raise you something else. Hold on, I have to find it first. One of my wonderful students painted it for me last semester as extra credit. All right. Number 1 favorite extinct animal is obviously going to be Ardipithecus ramidus because I love those weird giant gibbon hominins. But my second favorite, and if we're excluding all primates, because there are actually many primates that would rank above this, has got to be the jawless fish from the Ordovician and Devonian. This is who it is. This is Sacabambaspis / astraspis. That's what they look like. They're these hideous little tadpoles with tapered, finless bodies, and they basically look like living vacuum cleaners, but they were teeny tiny and awesome. They're hideous. I love them.
$150 from Red Shrek. I watched the debate with Bergman, and it played out exactly as I thought it would. I am just so impressed by you, Erika. Your knowledge and attention to detail, highly appreciated. I can't wait for your Homo naledi tea.
Red Shrek, thank you so much. That is such a wonderfully generous donation. You will hopefully be pleased with this Homo naledi video because I've been hyping it up for quite some time, and that's because I'm very excited to get it out. This Homo naledi video, so for those of you who don't know, there's a lot of Homo naledi tea going on because Lieberger has recently been touting these new preprints, or not new preprints, they're published papers. They're revised versions of the previous papers, which got so robustly slammed. And Lee has sort of amped up these new papers, and he's like, see, these are the revised papers. Everybody agrees they're so much better than the first ones, and now virtually everybody accepts that the burials did happen and that Homo naledi buried its dead. And the truth is much more complicated than that, unfortunately. So we're going to be doing a deep dive, and the deep dive that I'm going to do on the most recent Homo naledi news also includes some special guests, some of who were reviewers on the original paper. So I'm very, very excited to bring that to light. I hope I'm not going to get in too much trouble. I might get in trouble for it. We will see. As for the Bergman debate, I said to my husband about 2 or 3 days beforehand, because I was watching, like, I always do this thing. I mentioned this at the beginning, but it's like when I'm debating somebody, if they have if they've ever talked about that subject before, I'm going to read up on what they say about it, right? Because I want to know what they're going to say, and I also want to know their opinion so that I don't spend half the debate mischaracterizing what they actually think. So I watched so much Jerry Bergman content, it was insane. I watched like every debate that Bergman has ever had. I even went to my local used bookstore and leafed through some of his copies there because they were selling copies of his book Slaughter of the Dissidents, which is all about how creationists were being fired from schools for being creationists and not being allowed to teach. That's a whole additional story. But I walked to the car because my husband and I were picking up some food. And when I got back in the car, I was like, I've been watching a lot of this Jerry Bergman stuff, and I fear this is going to be a bloodbath. And my husband ended up moderating that debate, and he was like, "You were right. It was pretty rough." And I wish I could be like, "Oh yes, I was so prepared and I put in 150%, and that's why I performed well." But the truth is, Jerry's just working completely out of date work, and I told him that. I was like, "Your knowledge of the fossil record is so out of date, right? That I don't know. I mean, I don't know why Donnie, who runs the channel, I don't know why he expected Jerry to like be up to date. Like, he hasn't had an opportunity to do that in quite some time, and frankly, I have my doubts that Jerry should be doing those debates at this point in time, because I don't think he's got the time to prepare for them, or he's just not doing it.
I believe this is your reading.
This one's you. Oh, damn it.
Oh.
$5 from Veeks. Puppy in the PFP. Why can't dinosaurs clap their hands? Because they're extinct. This is an anti-joke. These were very big when I was a freshman or maybe an 8th grader. Because Flabbergasted wanted more puns for Erika. Flabbergasted, you traitor! You deceiver! Evil!
$4.99 from Garcia Buckner. Erika, as a primatologist, have you studied the species troglodytes, more commonly known as the chimpanzee? Sorry.
I feel like this should make it better because it's about primates, but I actually just feel like you're besmirching the name of Pantroglodytes and all of their known subspecies. I'm trying to come up with I wish I could see. I can't come up with puns because my brain won't let me, because I hate them so much, because I'm so highly evolved that I don't find them to be very funny. I was going to try to come up with something about a primate pun that I could slide in, that I'm going to beat you to death with hammers, Garcia Buckner, but I couldn't come up with it. So you're just going to have to settle for that.
What you're saying is you're getting so angry you're going to go ape shit.
Yes, but that's not a pun either. That's just what I'm going to do. To you too, Aaron. I will also do that to you. I will slap you with the backs of my palms like a angry
This
kid.
is why I'm not going to Baja Con. I'm so afraid of Erika.
You should be, because when I get angry, I do the Donkey Kong down B, where I slap my palms like that. That's my finishing move. $10 from John Paul. For Aaron and Erika, do you have any book recommendations on science, philosophy, religion, or anything? I'm not very educated about science. I'm just looking for some books to fill my shelf. Oh, man. Yes. Aaron, you go first. I need to look at my shelf and decide what I want to recommend.
So the thing is, first off, I have to be self-indulgent. You obviously have to buy my books. That's a given. Let me just take a quick look. So
I'm also trying to decide. His shelves are better than mine, too. Mine are out of frame, so you can't see them. But I'll tell you, there's not that many. Not as many as Aaron's got. I'm going to recommend... Okay, so we're talking about sort of... So John Paul is saying that he's not very educated about science. So I want to pick some that are very entry level and non-intimidating, because I hate it when I want to get interested in a subject and it starts me off like I, already have some kind of background in it. For your science book, I'm going to recommend Your Inner Fish by Neil Shubin. That's a classic, great intro to the cool mishmash of evolutionary theory, paleontology, and paleogenetics. Well, not necessarily paleogenetics, but genetics applied to transitional species. For your philosophy book, I am going to recommend Determined by Robert Sapolsky. And for your religion book, I'm going to recommend The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt. I think those are 3 good ones, but the last 2 are kind of beefy.
So just looking back at my shelf, one, I mentioned before I thought I had a copy of The Republican Brain, and I just noticed I can see the red cover just barely up there, so I do have the copy much more accessible than I realized of The Republican Brain. It's out of control. It's got tentacles. Yeah. I'm waiting for the movie version of it. Okay, so when it comes to philosophy, I mean, in many ways, the most important thing you can do is read a variety of things because especially if you're looking at like ancient philosophers, they have a system to explain everything. And once you try to explain everything and you get several schools all explaining everything differently, you realize, this didn't help. The best thing you could possibly do is read wildly on those things. But to be accessible, I'm going to recommend something that's actually both science and philosophy. The book might be a little bit out of date, but I think it has material that's just perennial. Carl Sagan's The Demon-Haunted World.
Oh, that's so many ways. One.
Yeah. I mean, Sagan was not a philosopher by training, but he still, waxes poetically about things that are at the intersection of our scientific knowledge and where we try to expand into more metaphysical things and where some of our things are going awry in society, things that he said basically in his last years of life in the mid-1990s that have just become extremely prescient. Let's see here. When it comes to religion, it's really going to depend on where you want to go. Do you want to look at a specific religion, or do you just want to look at like religion generally? Because there's like a whole bunch of books about like the study of religion. And let me give you the spoiler alert on the study of religion. Scholars of religion don't agree on what religion is. So it is in many ways a subject looking for an explanation for what it even is. We all think we know what religion is, but the people who study it realize, oh man, this is a really weird, tricky thing. One of the books I have on my bookshelf, it's a bit dense. It goes through the history, but it's called Before Religion. And it goes through the history of the category of religion and just shows that the way that we understand religion today did not really exist until the last couple of centuries in Western Europe. And then it was exported to the rest of the world amongst the colonizers. So that is also very interesting. When it comes to more specific religions, like the material, for example, from Bart Ehrman about Christianity, he's pretty much mainstream. So if you read what he says, you're probably getting what is the general consensus of the field of New Testament studies. That's not to say I agree with everything he says. I will disagree with things, sure. But if you want to know what most scholars think about something, he's probably close to what the average is for the field, with excluding the fundamentalists who think God dictated every single jot and tittle, including the parts that contradict the other parts that don't actually contradict. Don't ask me how. I hope that gives some things to add to your reading list. I think this is you.
Oops, sorry, I was replying to something. Wow, thank you, Morgan. Wonderful. $5 from Hypa. Oh, Hypa. I just responded to you in the side chat and I shouldn't have done it because you spit in my face with this pun. I didn't have to tell you what my shirt said, but I told you anyways. It says Thrive, and I have people ask me why I'm always wearing this tank top, and it's actually because I have 8 of them. I have 8 of this same tank top, and they're great for working out in. And since I'm a regular worker outer, that's why I'm so strong and big. I have to wear them a lot. What do you have against people bringing up Pithecanthropus erectus? I've heard he's an upright standing kind of guy, a lewd one, not a poop joke, but a pun. Again, I wish that it made me feel better that it was hominin related, but in a way, it almost feels profane.
Would you like another profane one?
Yeah.
So, Homo heidelbergensis, named after the town of Heidelberg in Germany. I've been there, and you can actually eat a Heidelberger.
Can you really? They actually called it that?
I literally went to the restaurant. So a little bit of backstory. For a long time, my girlfriend was a German woman from the general area of Heidelberg. So we went to her university, her old campus, and on campus there was a restaurant, and one of the things on the menu was literally the Heidelberger.
I don't know how to feel about that. There's a burger involved, which that does make it better. I feel like when I see a pun involved with a food, it makes it better because I'm thinking about eating the food. And I could definitely eat a burger right about now. But based off of principle, I still have to say, go to hell, Aaron. $5 from. Oh, no, wait, this is you. This is you.
Okay, this is me. This is me. Well, then now I have to give you another German pun based on food and puns. Wir essen, essen in Essen. We eat food in the town of Essen.
I hate. That reminds me of the French one where it's like I don't remember the details, but somebody was like, it was a bunch of words that sound the same, and so when they put it all together in a sentence, it's like ton 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 ton, like a bunch of different French words. Just read the super chat.
There's actually a Chinese poem that's just like that. And it actually is coherent if you read it, but as pronounced, it is incomprehensible.
It sounds,
Anyways.
it sounds insane.
Yeah, it's literally the story of Mr. Shi wanting to eat 10 lions.
Why would, okay.
It's someone trying to use an excuse of just using the sound sh in many ways as possible.
They want to be able to do it.
Yep, exactly.
Mr. Shi, why would you do that?
All right, so $5 from Hypa. On behalf of Zurith, how do you tell if a trans man is ticklish? Give him some testicles.
I'm not even going to. Yeah, I'm not giving you any on that. $9.99, somewhere something. I'm prepping for my students' end of year senior chorus concert, so I plugged into my Nord piano intending to rehearse. Ended up procrastinating by adding the theme music, including Beetleborgs. You mentioned that earlier, Aaron.
Yes.
Is a Beetleborg just like a beetle robot? Or are they robots shaped like beetles?
Okay, do you know Power Rangers?
Yes.
It's the same thing, basically, but just the guys in their suits have bug themes.
This is awesome. Wait. Okay, so I recognize, are they all beetles? I see like a stag you know what though? There's not enough beetle in this. Like 2 of them are clearly beetles, and then one of them is just like a T on top of his head.
Well, here's the thing. Power Rangers was never exactly correct in terms of paleontology. So like when they were, telling the people like, oh, they used the power of the dinosaurs to fight. It's like they got a Tyrannosaurus and a Triceratops and a pterodactyl and a saber-toothed tiger. It's like, it's like, no! Millions of children deceived.
This happens, it's more likely than you think. $5 from oh no, this is you. You're reading PhD Tony's.
All right, $5 from PhD Tony. Okay, you claim less suffering is good, but you're making me listen to this guy.
That could have been a couple of people tonight. I don't even know which person PhD Tony is talking to on this one.
I think I know who he is from our earlier talk, but I will point out, I did, of course, say less suffering is better, but there's also the counterpoint, no pain, no gain.
$5 from Space Barbarian. Perfection is nonsense. What's faster, a perfect cheetah or an imperfect airplane? Yeah, this is the same thing about like what's adding genetic information, right? Because like an onion has a genome that's like multiple times larger than the human genome. So is an onion more perfect than a human with regard to its resemblance to its original genome in the Garden of Eden? We don't know because genetic information is not easily quantifiable and no one will define it.
Also, the answer to this is quite obvious. The perfect cheetah can pilot the airplane.
Oh, with its little paws.
All right, we got $10 from Untitled Final V2 this version. Sounds like my thesis again. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna make the same joke. That's my R project right there.
Yes, final version.
Mm-hmm. For real this time. Underscore.
Yeah. All right. If the Amalekites didn't want to get to be genocided, they should have accepted Jebus into their hearts. End sarcasm. Yep. They had to.
PFP of a fake?
What's that?
I think their PFP was a fork.
Can we go back to that?
Morgan, go back. Yeah, go back. I think it's a fork. Yeah, it's a fork.
Yes.
It's a fork on granite.
But it's not one of those devilish forks.
No.
From what I understand, the
mini
original
ones?
fork that came to the original fork when they brought it to Europe with 3 prongs, that was considered too much like the devil's pitchfork, so they added a 4th prong to make it less satanic.
That sounds exactly like something that would happen here. That is not even a little bit surprising. I feel like I don't even need to look that up because I already know it's true. $5 from June Urich. Genocide comes from the Genocia region of France. Otherwise, it's just sparkling mass murder.
That's
So
a better
true.
pun
That's
than I was
the
trying to come up
boom.
at the time. Well done. $5 again from Untitled Final Version to this version 2.5. Refined capital punishment. I believe that's quoting myself as something absurd.
Oh, Lord. Okay, $5 from Monkey at Typewriter. That sounds like someone who wanted to say genocide would say. 100% Erica. Also, you know why hummingbirds hum? Because they can't whistle. There's an increased prevalence in these kinds of jokes. I've been noticing this lately. I think it's because you're all running out of puns and you're looking for another way to make me mad, but they just don't make me mad the same way because I see them and I'm like, that's true. A hummingbird can't whistle and a dinosaur can't clap.
Not with that attitude.
What the hell? Okay.
$10 from Onyx. I finished reading Different by fans of Vanderwalls. Vanderwalls, I think, with a V?
Nah, it's usually Franz DeWall. It's just missing the R.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, Different by Fran DeWall. Bah. It was really good. Is there any further reading I can do into it? And also, what is your opinion in the debate? Thanks.
Yeah, I assume you're talking about. So Franz DeWall wrote this book Different, and it's about gender and sexuality in other primates. It was actually the last book that he wrote before he died. He only died like 2 years ago. It's a phenomenal book. I have it on my Franz DeWall specific shelf over here. Really, what I think you're going to want to do, because Franz DeWall was like the first person to really tackle this subject with regard to like public reading, is I think you're going to want to look at the literature for this, which can be kind of daunting. But I'm going to find you a paper to start yourself off on during the next super chat and send it to you in the side chat there, Onyx, because there's this really wonderful paper that came out. It started as a talk at the ABA's, like 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, a couple years ago. And one of the students gave a presentation on the prevalence on reporting homosexuality in animals and primates specifically in ecological journals. And what they found, I've mentioned this before on these kinds of shows. I don't know if I mentioned it specifically on SkepTalk, but what they found was that there was this massive deficit, not in the presence of homosexual behavior in other primates, but in the reporting of it, because it was just considered aberrant behavior, and so it was omitted from like these ecological reports, which that's actually super bad practice, because if you're doing ad libitum sampling, you're supposed to get everything. Like you're supposed to report absolutely everything. And so they did this really nice breakdown of like, okay, if you pour through the literature and you pour through the supplementary material, like how many primates actually exhibit homosexual behavior? And the answer is like most of them, right? But no one knew that because it wasn't being reported on. So I'll find that paper for you in the interim and send it to you, because it's a great starting point, and I know that they're going to have wonderful references on homosexual behavior and also like unusual, I guess you could call it gendered behavior, but it's weird because like we don't consider other primates to have gender, because gender is like a pretty human specific thing, because we're able to tell people what we identify as. So it tends to be different than, it's different than sex, obviously, which is what we tend to just ascribe to non-human primates, because they can't like tell us we're misgendering them or whatever. So there are reports though of like these really interesting reports where like you'll have like monkeys, like vervet monkeys, or sometimes it's like Japanese macaques, where they're like assigned female at birth, right? But they're exhibiting like typical masculine behaviors. Franz DeWall in Different talks about Donna, a chimpanzee who is really well known for this, is that raises some really interesting questions about like gender in other apes, like in other primates? Do they have it? Do they conceive of it? Like, I don't have the answer to that question, but it's certainly an interesting one to ask. So I'm going to find that paper for you, and I will send it in the side chat.
And also, because of my confusion, I should mention that there is another famous late 19th, early 20th century physicist by the name of van der Waals. And if you've heard of van der Waals forces and geckos being able to climb up glass, it's named after that Dutch scientist.
Okay, here we go. The title of the paper is Same-Sex Behavior Among Mammals is Widely Observed Yet Seldom Reported. Evidence from Expert Study, Online Expert Study. These are the people I saw. Okay, putting it in the side chat. I'm going to call it the Gay Mammal Study. There you go. Enjoy. Is this one you or me?
Oh, I'll take it. $5 from One-Eyed Heathen. Have to step away, but love the show, so dropping a dono before I go. Have a great day. Thank you, One-Eyed Heathen. All right,
just text my
you're
mom.
up now.
Okay, $10 from June Urich. My spouse and I drove past a restaurant called Portobello's. They said, oh, that used to be a sports bar. I said, well, now it's owned by a fun guy. Like a fungi, because it's about a mushroom. Hashtag this actually happened. I don't believe you. I think you made that up for this sick super chat.
$6.66 from Hank Says Things. First callers, new generation of creationist debaters might want to learn current science instead of doing research at AIG. I have to agree that the starting point needs to be what's actually real and not the cribbing the talking points from Answers in Genesis.
The talking points aren't even new. Like, they're not even using, I can't stress this enough, like, they're not even using new talking points. When Intelligent Design came out, it was literally just Paley's Watchmaker, and Paley's Watchmaker was just Cicero's argument from design from, like, millennia earlier, right? Like, $5 from Joshua Everett. So much of the misunderstanding of evolution stems from the flawed assumption that the now state of evolution is final, perfect, or intended. Yes, I can't agree enough, 100%. And they also tend to misunderstand what is good, what is fit in evolution is context specific. But you kind of cover that in final there.
$5 from RC Deschene. I apologize. I am not going to pronounce this right. Deschene? How big is the tariff on switching to cautious mannerisms upon hearing a strange sound in the woods? Hashtag expensive traits. So I believe right now the tariff is at 30%, but if Trump has another conversation with Stephen Miller, it might jump up to 150 because bad
or if
thinking.
if he gets on Twitter, that tends to rile him up as well.
Or if it's coming from China.
Or if China decides to dunk on us
hold on.
again.
You have to pronounce it right. China. There's like 5 extra syllables in it.
Yeah. Yep. I don't like mosquitoes. That's my favorite one that he's been doing lately. $5 from Balthazar228. Do we have any evidence of non-gibbon Miocene apes doing goofy upright goalpost gibbon walk? The answer to that question is tough to answer because I am aware of things and opinions that I don't believe are published, but my opinion is yes. I do, as somebody who is a Miocene ape enjoyer, when I look at a lot of these Miocene apes, especially the small-bodied ones, and I look at our recreations of some of the middle and later Miocene apes for how they moved around, some of them have very, very long arms, which means when they came to the ground, they would have had to hold their little arms up like this, and it would have been very cute.
$5 from Hypa. When Erika said, brains are expensive, I'm imagining Erika pursuing a black market, looking at a vendor saying, Homondeleti brain. Good price, good price.
This is what I do when I'm procuring my skulls. I usually go to some back alley somewhere, and I've got my curio cabinet garb on, and I've got my little pin that I'm tapping skulls with to make sure they're of good quality. The prices are never good, though, especially not now. $5 from Balthazar 228. Do we see any evidence of Mycenaean apes developing an enjoyment of puns or humor of any kind? Since I descend from them, no. Or maybe I'm the derived one, and everybody else is just primitive.
You are the created kind, the kind of person who doesn't like puns.
Yes, and I'm the archetypal one. I've not changed since Eden. I will add, though, that I saw the cutest video of a gorilla, of a silverback gorilla, yesterday, and his son, actually, I couldn't tell if it was his son or his daughter, but his child kept coming up to him and kind of goosing him on the side, coming up and just kind of pinching him on the side, and he kept turning around like that, and then the kid would back off, and then he'd come up and pinch him again, and the dad would get mad again, and it was super, super, super familiar of the kind of shit that little kids do to their parents because they're just pranking. No one can see that and be like, yes, these automaton gorillas, they're just, they're not they don't have a consciousness. They're not like us in any way. And it's like, brother, I can't think of a way that they're not like us, but whatever.
Okay, $5 from Space Barbarian. I've started to look at human intelligence as having a large possible magnitude with no guarantee on the sign.
Yeah, my opinion on human nature has been oscillating a lot lately. I've come to the conclusion that it's like most if you meet a random person, they're probably good, but most people as a large group are generally, what's the phrase, panicky, dangerous animals, the George Carlin bit. I think it's George Carlin. No, it's from Men in Black.
I think yes, and that's from Tommy Lee Jones. Yes, yeah, Men in Black, the first one. Tommy Lee Jones giving that fairly well-remembered speech, even though there was the mistake about how long people believe the Earth was flat. But that's a minor detail.
Someone's going to get me in chat before I corrected myself on that too. Okay, this one's you. Because I can't read British.
$50. Okay, so $50 from Mr. Boricua 10. British? Oi, Dave. Being an old chapper. You cannot answer a question or more. Wait for a special pleading. Can't allow. You're failing to answer the bloody question of genocide speaks volumes. Bleeding hell, it's maddening. Media. I apologize to everyone within 1,000 miles of Great Britain.
I don't know if they'll accept that apology, but we'll see. Jury's still out. $5 from ZM. Matthew's call has made me tear up. Thanks for all you do. Yeah, Matthew was very sweet. That was a very, very kind thing to say. And I was super glad to hear it, too.
$5 from Inane Glory. Flabbergasted wanted to know about Evo changes in humans 10,000 years ago. You talked about Evo changes 100,000 to 1 million years ago. Was there any significant changes 10,000 years ago?
Not so fast, Inane Glory. I actually talked about brain case changes from Australopithecus onward. So really, I talked about it 4.4 million years ago to approximately 40,000 years ago, because I talked about the transketolase 1 mutation. And I did tack on at the end there that we have seen a decrease after Neanderthals went extinct, which is covered in that 10,000 year time frame. But I linked a paper in the description that shows you precisely when this happens, and it's by De Silva et al. I think it's by De Silva et al., which discusses potential reasons for this as well. Because yes, there's a significant brain case change, not significant, but it's significant enough that happens from I don't know, 100,000 to now, and some of that is going to be encased in that 10K.
All right. $5 from Squidward Q Sagan. I think they meant to say SpongeBob.
SpongeBob. $5 Canadian from Untitled Final Version to this version. Did you hear about the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? I thought not. It is not a story the Jedi would tell you. I don't like the prequels. You're going to have to bust me for that one. Y'all are just going to have to live with that.
At least he's quoting from the best of the 3 prequel movies.
That's fair. That's fair.
And we got an additional $5 from Untitled Final V2, this version. Real humans use base 16. Hexadecimal. I guess with colors, sort of. Oh,
$5
that
from
actually
Curse
reminds
Chaos.
me.
Oh yeah, you go. You
I-
go.
I-
while I'm
I was-
pulling this up.
I was mentioning that we still use base 60 when it comes to time. There are two cultures that I know of in more recent times that have tried to use metric time. One was during Revolutionary France. They tried actually adopting a 10-hour-a-day system, and then like 10 seconds and 10 minutes, they're all divisible by 10, so it's all nice and metric. But it didn't last very long. The French Revolution had a few hiccups, and the only other place that I know of that had metric time is in the TV show, the original version of Battlestar Galactica. The way they talk, you realize, oh, they're using metric time when they talk about this needs to be done in a centon, and I realize, wait, centi, hundredth, like a second. They're using metric time in the pseudo future past. The timeline in Battlestar Galactica is confusing.
My brain could not do that. $5 from Cursed Chaos. Brent. Ola from Titillating Xenophobics Texas. Following from Rob's call, read Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution by Peter Kropotkin. Mutual Aid, A Factor of Evolution by Peter Kropotkin. Okay, I'll put it on the list. Thank you for the recommendation and for your cool Hydra Snake Don't Tread on Me PFP.
$5 more from Untitled Final V2, this version. Hello, Calicia 789. Calicia. Okay. I guess just talking in chat and decided that was worth $5.
Well, thank you for the donation. I love to see that fork. 5 more from also Untitled Final Version 2, this version, Gutsy Gibbons 710. That's me. And thank you again for the donation.
$5 from June Urich. I could never get the hang of coprolites. That shit's hard. It's not
You're
bad.
angry
That's
the
not bad at
hashtag.
all.
Hashtag, I used this one already, but I know Erika would love it. I know you used that one already. I know that you used it already because I already saw it, so I've seen it. Makes it. I know you guys do this just for the reaction, so I'm cutting myself off. Next, please. Evil creatures. $5 Canadian from Untitled Final Version 2, this version. How many Pudo jokes does it take to trigger Erika? 1. You all know it takes 1. It takes 1 to piss me off because they where there's 1, once they start, they show up like a waterfall, right? Like a never-ending cavalcade of the jokes. And like I said, there's only like 2 varieties of them.
Well, your answer
This
is
is
1,
one of
but
them.
as June Urich points out, how many? She gets upset by number 2.
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. There's so few varieties, so few created kinds of the doo-doo jokes. I've seen them all.
You don't want to see number 3.
$5 from Untitled version. Let's see, Untitled Final Version 2. This version, Team Arden, -32767. I don't know what that means, but thank you. I'll tell Arden that.
$9.99 from Falcon Storm. Erika, my son came out as transmasculine. Of course, the way he did it by telling me, I was very clear now because I was a transparent.
Again, there's nominal support here because I do like the jokes that are wholesome. Because there's a wholesome story embedded within that. But man, the rest of it pisses me off. Because, especially because it's like, I don't like when you take the roots and the pun comes from the roots. It feels very low-hanging to me. I like the ones where it's not evident that it's a pun until you say it out loud the most. Like if you see Juan, you've seen Amal, like that's at least good because you see it and you're like, oh, I have to say it out loud to get it. But anyways, this one's yours.
All right, I'll take it. $10 from Bioscope. Challenging on evolution, but don't want to accept challenge on Eve created from Adam ribs. Has numerous issues. Can't have embryo without egg male. Somatic will be XY male. How can be adult female?
There's so many little issues like this that you could fill, a library with them, right? How's there no death before the fall? Like, does cell death count? They're like, usually not. Okay, does plant death count? Well, usually not. Like, okay, well, what about the mites that live on the plants that are eating the plant? No, that doesn't count either. Well, what did Adam ever step on a caterpillar? Like, there's so much random BS baked into the literal creation story. It's just unfathomable to me that anybody would ever take it literally, to be honest. $5
It
from
actually reminds
Stomp.
me of a non-creation one, but still. Earlier, somebody was asking for science books. I can give a bad science and religion book. It's called The Science of Christianity, and tries to explain like every miracle story of the New Testament is completely fitting the laws of nature, even though it basically hogwash for everything. So in particular, the virgin birth, that's acceptable because Jesus is actually an XX male.
Oh my god. Some of the shit that I can imagine is in there is reaching, but I do like that probably pissed some people off. That is kind of funny to me.
But that was written by an actual Christian. The physicist's name is Frank Tipler. Works in physics,
really?
did important work in. Oh yeah, he's is or was
that's
at
interesting.
Tulane University. Yeah, and he actually wrote a couple books. So one was called The Physics of Immortality, and then he decided that wasn't crazy enough. So in The Physics of Christianity, he says all sorts of things. Like, for example, Jesus was able to walk on water because his body was able to shoot a jet of neutrinos straight down to provide propulsion. So that way he could walk on the water just fine.
That is badass. Too bad that did not happen.
Actually, no, he proves it happened. He proves it because if the Trinity was not true, the universe would not exist, and therefore the Bible is completely true. It is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It's not often that I want to quote anything from Lawrence Krauss, but he did a review of this book, and the line I remember best from it was, I wanted to call this book nonsense, but that'd be an insult to nonsense.
Oh, Lord. At least it's fun. Okay, what's this? Oh, this is me. $5 from Stomp 10. Is it possible for entire people groups to descend from one person? The Bible claims this for Noah's children and the tribes of Israel. I mean, for the way that they get away with it is they argue that they call it created heterozygosity, where it's basically just like built-in magic, super hyper variable gigagenomes that God made in the beginning that were capable, like in sort of prescient planning sense, God knew that they were going to have to diversify into all the modern groups. So he built in that diversity from the beginning. No, it doesn't make sense. Yes, if you were to create a hypergenome that contained all the modern bat diversity, you would have a genome that is quite literally biologically impossible, but they don't care about that. It would be too big.
$5 from Green Man Dave. Erika, don't threaten me with a good time.
What did I say to Green Man Dave? Did I say I was going to beat him to death with hammers, or did I say that I was going to chimp out on him? Oh, Baja Khan. I was gonna grab him and climb to the top of the largest That's right. Yeah, that would be pretty fun. I would hold you gently. I wouldn't crush you with my great big hands. $5 from Balthazar 228. I wonder if we'll ever find out the protein markers for why certain people enjoy puns. Certainly they were recently evolved. That's why they exist in me and only those of my caliber.
Well, I think there's some medical science that indicates that the protein in particular, we actually know where it's produced in the body. It comes from the funny bone.
No, I knew this was going to be stupid. When you started that out, I was like, this is going to be really dumb.
If I'm saying something, of course it's dumb.
That's not true, and you know it. $5 from Regato, cute kitty. What do you get when you cross an octopus with a chimpanzee? An immediate cessation of funding and a stern rebuke from the ethics committee. Can you even imagine? Would it be a chimptopus or an octanzee?
I like the sound of Octan Z a little bit more, especially because then people don't argue about how to say the plural.
Yeah, that's true. Octan Z sounds better, but then Chimptopus sounds like a sci-fi original movie.
We don't have the budget for that. All right, we got
Okay.
$5. I forget who does. I'll go for now.
It's
$5
you. No, it's
from
you.
where? Okay, so where is Waldo? Good question. Because Erika doesn't like puns, poop. That is all.
It's just a strict doo-doo only super chat. You paid $5 to tell me to put the image of a doo-doo right in my head. So I hope you're happy. I hope that was worth it. $5 from
I have to say, I'm getting too old for this shit.
Jamnik06. Yeah, well, you won't have to worry about that when I kill you with my bare hands. $5 from Jamnik06. I live in Florida. My AC broke. Gotta get a new one. Last joke before I am broke. I knew when I saw Jamnik that it was going to be. What do you get when you cross an elephant with a rhino? Elephino. As in hell if I know. This at least falls into the category that is better, where you have to say it for it to make sense. And I do like seeing Jamnik's kitty in the PFPs. That's the only shining positive of that.
All right. We got $10 from Reality's Successor. The few letters in the alphabet that are greater, the greater the chance of long words. The odds of dog with Scrabble is 1 in 17,576. Odds of cat with DNA is 1 in 27. DNA with the same probability as dog would be 26 letters long.
Lord.
I am surprised you worked out the numbers. That is interesting to know because I've maybe played Scrabble once in my life and never realized, oh yeah, you're right. Some letters are more common than others.
This is a math joke. You have to read this one.
Okay, so $10 from June Urich. Okay, what do you get when you cross a mosquito and rat? Mosquito ran sine theta. What do you get when you cross a mosquito and a mountain climber? You can't cross a vector with a scalar. She's right.
Is it funny though? $5 from Lord.
Deep down, yes.
FEE triangle, trident, omega, V, squiggly line, backwards ST, upside down V, or caret, but big, RVNG, MI, backwards N triangle. Erika, check out In Quest of the Sacred Baboon, A Scientist's Journey by Hans Kummer. It is about her favorite animal, Papio-hamadryas. Good book. I will have to read that because people know this about me. Probably only a few people, but people do know this about me. Papio-hamadryas is my least favorite primate, and it's not close. So I'm willing to listen. I'm willing to have my mind changed.
Speaking of mind, I think what the name of the person was, Feed Your Starving Mind.
Oh, Feed Your Starving Mind. Well, see, I got that pun gene, like I said, so I had to do an evolutionary trade-off, so I can't read that kind of text.
Okay, $5 from SJL. I don't actually like puns much, but the funniest part is the reactions you get. My humor tends more to sarcasm and snark.
Yeah, I was going to say, SJL, you wouldn't know it from the super chats you send in. You wouldn't know it that your sense of humor is more sophisticated from the jokes that you send in. No one would have any idea. €10 from Man with a Drone. Erika, check out my old friend Dr. James Blinkhorn. His team found evidence of humans in the Ivory Coast rainforest 150,000 years ago. Really interesting. Peace and love, Rob from Spain. Oh, that's awesome. That's super fascinating. That's not surprising to me at all. And in fact, there was I think it was some kind of conference. They did some kind of conference just this past year on paleoanthropology in Western Africa, because they were basically like, we think that hominins are like hanging out in East and South Africa, and they are, but it also might just be because that's where we're looking. Like, who's to say that Australopithecus didn't make it out to Western Africa? I guess it's technically possible that that could even be where it started. We can't really look though. Like, there are a lot of areas in Western Africa that are probably rife for paleoanthropological study, but no one's gone and looked. So hopefully we'll get there someday.
$5 from Mark Fernkopf Lou. Erika, I'm a renowned primatologist. Can you briefly classify for my young Earth creationist friend Will that humans are, in fact, apes? Thanks, you're great.
Happily, Mark. So when in taxonomy, the way taxonomy works, the way we categorize critters is the broadest categories start at the top and you get more specific as you move down, right? So everybody watching this is within the domain of Eukarya and the kingdom Animalia and the phylum Chordata, right? And the class, let's see, the class Mammalia, the order Primates, the family Hominidae, the genus Homo, and the species Homo sapiens, right? So that's really cool, but each of those categories has suites of characteristics that you have to make it into the club, right? So you have to have specific characteristics to be considered an animal, to be considered a chordate, to be considered a mammal, to be considered a primate. Mammals, for instance, have dentary squamosal joints. Females of our species produce milk. We have hair all over our bodies, and many other characteristics that you can get into the minutia of, morphologically speaking. So as you get more specific, everything that gets more specific also has all of those previous characteristics, right? So there isn't a primate out there that doesn't also have all of the mammal characteristics, right? There isn't a mammal out there that doesn't have the characteristics of a chordate, and it goes upwards and up and down the scale as you like. So the reason that humans are apes is because we have all the characteristics that makes apes apes. So you could ask the question, like within primates, if you look at all of the primates that exist and you want to classify them as either, like, let's say we've already removed our old world monkeys and our lemurs and our lorises and our tarsiers, and we're just looking at like old world monkeys and apes. And you ask the question, what distinguishes old world monkeys from apes and what distinguishes apes from old world monkeys? That's the two groups that fall within Catarrhini. And the answer is, at least in a simplified version that I teach my class, apes take a long time to grow up. They have really big brains for their body sizes. They have really long arms compared to the size of their thorax. They usually have a Y5 molar pattern. They have a short, stiff lower back, and they lack tails. And so all of those characteristics are the suite of characteristics that make chimpanzees, bonobos, gorillas, orangutans, that make them great, and the hylobatids that make them apes, and then there's more specific traits that make you a great ape, whereas bilophodont molars, persistent ischiocoloscides, and a bunch of other characteristics make cercopithecus. So then you can ask the question, if you take a human, right, and you say, where does a human fall? Like in all taxonomy, you would say, well, humans have the characteristics that make them eukaryotes. They also have the characteristics that make them animals. They have the characteristics that make them chordates. They have the characteristics that make them mammals. They have the characteristics that make them primates. And then you can say, okay, to your friend, if we have all the characteristics that nest us within the order primates, can we get more specific than that? And the answer is yes, you can. We have the characteristics that make us haplorhines. We have the characteristics that make us anthropoids. We have the characteristics that make us catarrhines. Okay, we've reached down to that level again. So where do humans fall? Are we more like apes or are we more like cercopithecoid monkeys? Well, do we have long arms compared to our thorax, compared to our chest? Yes, we do. Do we have big brains for our body size? Yes, we do. Do we have short, stiff lower backs? Yes, we do. Do we take forever to grow up? Yes, we do. Do we have a Y5 molar pattern? Yes, we do, right? Do we have these like dexterous bodies? What did I say? My last one that I missed. Long arms, big brains for the body size, long time to maturity, short, stiff lower back. What am I missing? I'm missing two characteristics. You can back it up and look at what I said. If we have all of those characteristics, then we fall into the group Hominidae. That's what makes us, or Hominoidae, I should say. That's what makes us apes, right? Those are the categories that separate all the other apes out from all of the other primates, whether you include humans or not. The only reason humans fall into apes is because when we ask the question, after all of these categories have been established for all the rest of life, and then say, where do we fall? We nest within all of those categories and then firmly within Hominidae, within genus Homo, and within the species Homo sapiens. Long story short.
With, of course, a few exceptions, like the fact that I have a whale fluke means I'm a little bit different than most humans.
Yeah, of course. That was the last one. No tail. That was the one I missed.
I'm glad I could help.
Yeah, you helped. $20 from Iconify. Okay. Erika, I saw 2 recent articles about apes, chimps, and orangutans using medicinal antibiotic plants to treat their own wounds and others' wounds. How do primatologists classify this? Not exactly tool use, but similar. I would think we would unambiguously classify that as tool use, right? Especially in the case of the orangutans, because I did a video on that paper on my channel. But it was a male orangutan who chewed up a medicinal plant that local tribes use into a poultice, and then packed the wound with that poultice, right, to heal the wound faster. And if memory serves, according to the reports, he did it more than once. So that's modifying a part of your environment to suit a new need. That classifies as a tool, right? But they also use plenty of other tools, right? So orangutans will use these thick leaves to crack open sharp fruits that would otherwise hurt their hands. They'll use rocks to throw into small puddles to try to get fish to flop out so that they can eat fish. Chimpanzees sharpen sticks with their teeth so that they can skewer bush babies in holes that they can't reach. They also use nuts or rocks to crack nuts. They use long sticks to harvest honey so they don't get stung by bees. All sorts of stuff. And then you can ask the question like, okay, well, but the tools that we use are really, really efficient. The tools that we make are really, really special and complicated. And to that I say, could you make any one of them on your own? Because I certainly couldn't. We require on that generational knowledge to achieve these complicated tools.
€5 from Man with a Drone
Again.
in English accent. Now, this is going to be a bit hard because Van Gogh is like how an American would say it, but a Dutch person would say something more like Van Gogh. I don't know how the British would say it, so I'm going to just butcher everything in Europe. I saw Vincent van Gogh in the pub. It said, "Can I buy you a pipe, mate?" He said, "No thanks. I got one ear."
Because he's got one ear. What a fun and unknown historical fact. $5 from Della Luna. Erika, my partner is allergic to rabbits, guinea pigs, ferrets, etc. Is there any science behind this? Are they related on any level? The ferret one is weird. Because so rabbits, that's lagomorphs. And lagomorphs, their closest relatives are the rodents. But then after that, the closest relative would be primates, right? Actually, it would be the Euarchontans, right? Because so rabbits, lagomorphs, and rodents form the Gliers group, and then the Euarchontans are like the colugos, so the Dermopterans, the tree shrews, so the Scandentions, and then the primates. So the ferret is weird because ferrets are carnivorans. I would not expect the ferret to be on that list, but I bet you that it has something to do with an enzyme in the saliva, right? Which is what makes most people allergic to cats, is that the cats, it's not that they're allergic to cat fur, it's usually that they're allergic to the saliva that's on the cat fur and the cat dander that tends to irritate people. So I would imagine it has something to do with whatever's going on in the saliva of Gliers, the Glier group, and some carnivorans. I'd be really interested to see if they're also allergic to cats.
$25 generously again from Red Shrek. Erika,
Richard is a beast.
how do Kenyans interact with view evolution? Do they accept evolution? I'm very familiar with how West Africans generally view evolution. They deny it, but wondering how East Africans view the topic.
That's actually a fascinating question. I had the utmost pleasure. I've had the utmost pleasure for 3 years in a row now of working in the vault in the National Museums of Kenya, the NMK, which is cool because the vault is bomb proof. So like you work in there and I'm like, that's where you have to go if you work with anything that's a hominoid. So since I work on apes, even though they're non-human Miocene apes, you still have to work in the vault. So I've been in the vault when the directors at the museum have brought in like officials who work in Nairobi, like high-ranking officials in Nairobi for tours of the museum. And it's really cool because they'll pull out Narukatomi Boy or a KNMWT 17,000 or sorry, 15,000 to show to everybody. And then they have to explain to people like who this is, right? It's a member of Homo ergaster or Homo erectus in a broad sense. And, you know, the people, I sat there and listened, me and a woman next to me was working on Paranthropus mandibles, and we were sitting there listening, and you listen to the Kenyans ask, you know, I mean, the museum curator is also Kenyan, but, you know, listen to the business people ask, they'll be like, so how does this fit in with the Bible, right? Like, how do you suppose this fits in with the Bible? And the curator of the museum will just gently explain that it's like, well, there are people who interpret it this way, and they'll give you, you know, like a theistic evolutionist interpretation. And what's really cool is that, you know, the Kenyans, at least the ones that I work with, have so much pride in this fossil collection, right? Because this is you know, one of the cradles of humankind. that they generally are just like, yeah, that makes sense. Why not? I mean, they're standing there looking at the fossil. They're getting to put their hands on the fossils in the bomb-proof vault. Like it's pretty hard to deny. So they're pretty receptive. But I think a lot of that reception comes, one, from the fact that they have a lot of pride in their country and in these wonderful artifacts, these wonderful specimens that come from their country. But two, they also sit, like, kids grow up going to the Kenya National Museums. Like, when I work at the museums, when I'm walking to the back, it's buses and buses and buses of children from all over Kenya every single day. So they all do a big field trip to the Kenya National Museums and sort of get to see that as they grow up. So they're generally more receptive, I would imagine, than Western Africans are. But I saw a really cool poster at the ABAs this past year on somebody who did evolution education in rural communities in Eastern Africa. And they basically just, like, they asked people their opinions on evolution, and then they did a presentation on human evolution in particular, and then they asked them their opinion on evolution afterwards. And after, seeing the evidence, as it were, most rural Kenyans were like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, why not? Like, we just saw pictures of the fossils. We just saw the specimens, the replicas of the specimens that you guys brought out here from the museum. That makes sense to us. So way more receptive, I would propose, than people here are.
I think this is you for reading.
Oh, $5 from Secular Feelinist. I bought some shoes from a drug dealer. I don't know what he laced them with, but I can't stop tripping. You're about to trip into my fists and get 2 black eyes. So I'm going to hold them like this.
$10 from Balthazar228. If AIG was able to find any actual answers in Genesis, they'd be called answers in Exodus by now. No punishment in this comment.
I think you know that there is, though. Balthazar.
Of course, now if it was,
Yes.
just realizing if it wasn't AIG, if it was AIE, then I'm pronouncing it like I don't think that would be good marketing.
That's how I feel about them when I see them, though. $9.99 from Ciara C, or Ciara S, excuse me, Erika. Is it just too perfectly on brand, or are you a fan of Gorillaz Demon Days album? So good. I liked Gorillaz Demon Days when I was in high school before I even decided, before I even got into college, right? So yes, it is authentic, truly on brand. It is just a happy coincidence. And I've actually had this since college. So I also had this poster before I got into primatology. It's just very lucky.
$5 from One-Eyed Heathen. Erika is pissed by poo. Cut that shit out.
Low-hanging fruit. And no animal in PFP. No credit given. $5 from Empress Lizard. A man walked into a bar with a lizard. He says, "A half pint for Tiny, please." The bartender asks, "Why do you call him Tiny?" "Because he's minute." Because he's minute. Because he's minute?
Minute. You said it right the first time.
Okay. Minute, right? Like small, like diminutive?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get it. I don't get the joke. Just because the lizard is small?
Minute.
Oh, because he's minute.
The animal.
Because he's minute. Awful joke, because newts are not lizards. They're amphibians.
Oh, yeah, I'll go. Yes, $5 again from
That's you.
Balthazar228. Why were there 2 trees in Eden? Why was there a tree of life if there was no death? If Adam ate from that tree before knowledge of good and evil, would it counteract original sin? Now, this is an interesting theological question, and if we do put it in its more ancient context, there was the belief that basically the gods were immortal because they basically had the sorts of food to eat to keep them immortal. The Greeks had their own ideas of like this carefully guarded apple tree orchard. In Chinese myth, there is the flat peaches in heaven that grant you, if not immortality, thousands of years of life with each one you eat. So yeah, the idea that there's a tree of life that the gods themselves need to keep on keeping on is not too far. And so the fact that in the story, God and the angels basically have to say we have to kick out the humans so they don't become like us is basically to say, yeah, we got to keep them mortal, otherwise it's going to get too crowded around here. So that's probably the ancient context of the Eden myth.
$5 from Stephanie Helms. The guy who was ambivalent about genocide was mad about that I asked his pronouns. He said, male. I said, so you're okay, you're easy with he, him. Color me unsurprised. Least surprising thing I've heard all night. You can do these calls, and then you can, sometimes I think in my head, I'm like, I bet they had an issue with the screening, right? Like, you can tell who's going to be irritated by that.
True. $20 from Ayla Ursus. Great show. Erika needs to host more often.
You should see me next week, because I'm hosting again next week. They got me on the docket. And I would have hosted more often this month, but I actually 2 times in a row basically just forgot that I was supposed to be on. It was bad news. Bad news. Not good. I was a bit slammed, and lots of stuff was going on in my life, and it fell under the wayside, and it was completely my fault. I was eating crow for days. £5 from Fuzzy Logic. Science. I do like that kitty.
Truly fuzzy logic.
Very cute kitty. Yeah.
$5 from One-Eyed Heathen. Serious question that doesn't sound serious. What evolutionary benefit does having such ugly butts give baboons? Why no fur on their bums?
Excellent question. Those are called ischial callosities, and the reason they exist is because baboons spend a lot of time sitting on their butts and scooting around on their butts. So it's quite literally a pad that exists to help them for how they forage for their food. Kind of like how an animal that forages in the water, that like wades through the water, tends to have like broader hooves or like webbed feet in the case of some like rodents and carnivorans. The ischial callosities quite literally exist because baboons sit so much time sitting and scooting, which is very cute. And it's their one good thing. And they don't have hair on them because you obviously would just rub the hair off, probably. So why grow it in the first place? Oh, me? $20 from Duffel Bag, $4.10. No tail. Anyways, yeah, that was it. Thank you. Thank you for saying it. I know, it's the most obvious one. Where's the best place in the US to go see my ape cousins? Thanks. Like the best zoo to go see apes in the United States? Is that the question? If that's the question, I think you would it depends on the ape that you like, the non-human ape that you like. If you like orangutans, the St. Louis Zoo is actually awesome. They've got a really cool orangutan exhibit. In the Indianapolis Zoo is also great because they have the, I can't remember, I think it was the St. Louis Zoo that calls it the O-line, or it might be Smithsonian. But a lot of zoos have put like these ropes that go above walkways so that the orangs can like move on the lines above people, and you're like walking beneath them and you get to see them move up top. But for my money, I really like the Little Rock Zoo because their gibbons sing there, and they sing a lot, and they have a lot of gibbons. And so if you go early enough in the morning or at the right time in the afternoon, you can hear them hooting and hollering, and they do some hoots, man. They do they woo, woo, those kind. That's really good.
I can't remember how extensive the primate exhibit was, but I do remember the Columbus Zoo in Ohio is a really good, extensive one, but I don't remember exactly their monkeys on offer.
There? Yeah. This one's you.
All right. Yes, $5 from De La Luna. Sorry. Yes, also allergic to cats, but not rats. I find it so strange.
Now that is weird, and so in that case, here's my crackpot theory. I wonder if it's an enzyme that exists in the saliva of most mammals that has then been lost in rats. That would be an interesting question. That would explain why it's such a broad spread, because carnivores are pretty distantly related to rodents and to lagomorphs. So that's a weird connection there. I wonder what about dogs? If dogs is also it, then it's got to be a rat thing. $5 from Balthazar. Oh, this is you. Wait, is it you?
I read the last.
Okay. $5 from Balthazar 228. If AIG had found any answers, misread broke it Sag. What? Am I tripping? I don't get this. Balthazar, I don't get this. What are you saying?
I get the feeling he's saying he typed something wrong in his previous super chat.
Oh, okay. I'm checking the.
All right, we
I'm
got
checking
another.
chat. Anything?
Okay, we got an additional 25 from Red Shrek. Erika, did you hear about AIG scrubbing their website of all content from Kent Hovind's son-in-law?
Yep, it seems as though both heir apparents are going their own way. So first, Martin Isles was tapped to succeed Ken Ham, which really pissed off his son-in-law Bodie. But then Bodie got scrubbed from the entire website. I saw Joel Duff did a wonderful piece on this. But Martin Isles is also leaving. So who will inherit the empire? We have a real Succession-style scenario here. HBO needs to get on it.
All right,
That's
we
it.
have completed the mountain of puns. Erika, I am happy that you were able to suffer through it all.
Yeah, this is me beating you all to death with my fists for that experience. But then, at the last minute, I stop and I show you mercy. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight for SkepTalk and for putting up with me in the consistent storms. I'm sure it was wonderful to hear all the thunder and the lightning and me broadcasting from my laundry room. But luckily, Dr. Adair was here to help me out and keep things running smoothly. If you like this kind of thing, please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. It actually does help the channel. And in the meantime, my gentle, of course, very modern age. Thanks for being here. We'll see you next time.